All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation here from MINDI Post. Ms. Post, your offender number is 215653, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. We conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Lazaro. She's a colleague of Ms. Conyers with whom you met on Monday, and she'll be representing you today. And then we have Agent Holly from APNP. Ms. Post and Agent Holly, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
I do. Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Post, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
All right. And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers on Monday in preparation for today's hearing?
I did.
All right. And then do you feel comfortable with Ms. Lazaro? All right. This is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Ashton Nunes. And Mr. Nunes, your offender number is 226662. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Lazaro. She's a colleague of Ms. Conyers with whom you probably met on Monday. And then we have Agent Kuhn here from APNP. Mr. Nunes, Agent Kuhn, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Mr. Nunes, you as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Nunes, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
I did indeed.
All right. And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
And finally, do you feel comfortable with Ms. Lazaro as your counsel today?
Yes, I do.
All right. Very good. All right, Ms. Lazaro, looks like we have 3 allegations against Mr. Nunes. How are we handling those today?
Yes, I'll waive formal reading, enter an admission to allegation 1, an admission to 2 amended to a technical violation. It doesn't sound like anything's been filed on that, and admit 3 as well.
If you could, any issues with amending that to be just to reflect as a technical violation?
No, we'll amend that to a technical.
And then 3 admission. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Nunes, before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure you understand you do have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing.
Yes.
The evidentiary hearing looks like a trial where APNP has to put on evidence. They bear the burden of proof. They have to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. In that hearing, you would be given an attorney at no cost to you, and through that attorney, you'd be able to defend yourself by cross-examining APNP's witnesses, as well as by calling any of your own witnesses and or producing any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. If there were any allegations of criminal conduct, you would have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir, I am.
Very good. I will accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date. All right, Ms. Lazaro, any recommendation?
Yes, 90 days and return to the halfway house. He says that full-time employment shouldn't be a problem, and he's willing to continue treatment.
All right, Agent Kuhn, any recommendation?
No, it's about what we were going to recommend, continue the program after 90 days. The only recommendation I do have is adding a no internet clause to his parole agreement, where he's been seeking prostitution, deleting stuff. We think it would be beneficial to kind of cut that out completely by adding a no internet clause.
All right, Mr. Nunes, now's your opportunity to speak. Tell me about what was going on this parole.
Yes, sir. I kind of honestly, like, I juked myself. I put like a lot of how I thought I was going to be able to deal with the halfway house. Like, I thought I went I went into it thinking that the halfway house was going to be like really, really tough and really bad and just really uncomfortable. You know, it wasn't that, but I had spent like pretty much the whole time of my my previous like year of the last violation, like the halfway house is gonna suck. And the only way that I was going to be able to get through it was with the girl that I was with at the time. And so like I spent like the time at the halfway house, like really depending on her. And when she broke up with me, you know, I couldn't like handle it. I didn't have like I guess, yeah, I just wasn't really like prepared for that. And so like, you know, that's why I resorted to like seeking out prostitution. I did not engage in any prostitution. You know, like I think it's rather extreme to put me on a no internet clause, simply on that note. Because like, I mean, I Googled, you know, prostitution in Salt Lake City and it was readily available. You know, I texted a number of numbers, you know, one of which was with like sexual intent, but like the others, I just said like, hey, you know, I'd like to just spend like some time. Like I've had relationships previously with women that not that it started with sex work, but you know, they were escorts. You know, I met them like normally, but so that's kind of where I was coming from, and I was looking for really just like intimacy, not necessarily romantic intimacy. But you know, I got like employment really quickly last time. I do have a job lined up. And you know, I'm looking forward to that. You know, I was thinking that like I couldn't really handle like full-time employment as well. But you know, I did it pretty well. And I'm rather proud of myself for that. I also
Manuela, can you confirm if Whitlock has a to-go medication up there?
oh, sorry. But yeah, I was also like able to manage like $150,000 in futures trading like on my phone. And I was able to be mentored by like a 1% member of the futures prop firm Top Step. And so like that was really cool. I was able to be certified by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange as well. Like, you know, I would totally accept like, you know, time on an internet clause, but I don't think that it would be conducive toward a successful parole because, you know, it is necessary, like the internet is massively necessary for, you know, for like applying for jobs and so forth. Like,
Let me jump in real quick and ask, so one of the things that perhaps I find most, I mean, obviously seeking out prostitution, even for the sake of companionship, given your background, that's a serious issue. However, even more so, there was the bell schedule of the school where your victim attended.
I would like to address that.
Please do.
I don't know how that was on my phone. Like when my agent Kuhn brought that up to me, like it was a surprise, and I understand the implications and I understand like the severity of that. I can only offer the possible explanation as to it being on my phone. as I think my iCloud synced it, because I have an iCloud from when I was in high school. Also during my incarceration, my sister and brother also went to Skyline, and they had used my iCloud as well. So I don't really know, like I asked my agent, like, hey, is there a way to see if, like it's been accessed or if, you know, like if it was actually put on. You know, I don't actually know why that was on my phone. I don't really know why I would also need it because like, I mean, I went to the high school for 4 years. You know, I don't really know why I need to know the schedule of it. But yeah, like my phone was analyzed. My understanding is that it's no longer being analyzed. And so, yeah, I don't know if APMP can offer like a resolution as to if they were able to find like whether or not it's been accessed, because it was in a part of my phone that I didn't even know about, like shortcuts. I like obviously that would have been something that would have been accessed repeatedly. So like in the phone itself, it would make sense that it would show that it had been accessed. But my phone was brand new. The only thing I had done was sync my iCloud from an iCloud that I had literally in 2011 when I was in high school at Skyline. So I don't really have anything else to say on that now because I mean, that's,
Okay. Understandable.
yeah,
All right. Are you currently being treated for any mental health issues?
no, sir.
Have you ever been in the past?
No, sir.
Any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No, sir. I'm in exceptional shape.
Is there anything we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss or anything else you want to say on your behalf?
Yeah, in the warrant, it says I have not paid any of my restitution. Almost $5,000 of restitution has been paid back. In one case, the board actually gave me a special attention in 2021 for it. And then the rest of the restitution was paid off in September 2023. And then it also says I was paying no center fees. I paid $450 in center fees, and that reflects in the 120 days that I was at the halfway house. There is an outstanding balance of $180, but as it's $6 per diem, it's $180 a month. That effective balance is reflected.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah, other than that, I'm trying to get into like a relationship with an ex of mine. You know, she's like a conventional individual. She's successful. She's a homeowner. And you know, she's been a huge part of my life, and an exceptional support. And like, I'm graced by a lot of really good support. And yeah, you know, like one of my risks is like relationship stability. And, you know, so I think that would, and that's, you know, why I'm trying to get back with her and so forth. She doesn't want me coming back to jail over and over and over again. And not
Right.
to you either. So yeah, thank you for letting me speak.
All right, well, thank you for all of that. I will take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make their decision. Once they've done that, they post it online, and then they also send you a letter in the mail. It goes online almost immediately, so it's faster if you're in contact with people on the outside who can look it up on the board's website. Otherwise, just wait for that letter to arrive.
All right,
Okay?
thank you. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you, Kevin.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, good to see you. Good luck to you.
You too. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, this is the time and place set for a pro violation hearing for Antonio Joseph Jr. His offender number is 169012. He is not present. With me is Ms. Lazaro, his counsel, and then Agent Miller from APP. Ms. Lazaro, looks like there are 9 allegations against Mr. Joseph. There are pending charges in case ending in 2272, which are related to some of the allegations. How are we proceeding with these allegations today?
That's correct. I'll just enter denials to everything on his behalf and request a continuance until that case is resolved. And I think once it's resolved, AP&P can probably file an amendment and we can handle it then.
Okay, Agent Miller, any issues with that?
No.
Okay. All right, I'll take note of the denials. And sorry, just for the record, Ms. Lazaro, you or Ms. Conyers did have a chance to meet with Mr. Joseph and he authorized you to represent him at this hearing.
That's correct. Yes, he met with Kate on Monday and went over everything. And I think her recommendation was a 90-day continuance.
Okay, very good. All right, so I'll note the denials. I'll take judicial notice of the pending case. I find probable cause to continue the hearing. We'll set this for a paper review in 90 days and conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to make you. All right. This is the time and place set for a pro violation hearing for Loftin Lee. Mr. Lee, your offender number is 29095. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor there, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Lazaro. She's a colleague to Ms. Conyers, with whom you probably met on Monday. Ms. Lazaro will be your representation today, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Loftin?
Okay.
Or Mr. Lee, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, and then we have Agent Hansen from AP&P. Mr. Lee and Agent Hansen, I need to swear both of you in, so I need each of you to please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
All right, Agent Hansen, we're having that weird, Mr. Lee, you can put your hand down, thank you. Agent Hansen, we're having that weird audio where you sound like Alvin from the Chipmunks. No, it's still having that issue. So I'm going to take some time. If you want to work on that, I'm going to take some time to go through the allegations and whatnot, and then hopefully we'll get that resolved. Mr. Lee, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And did you get your disclosure packet?
The blue packet, yes, I did.
All right. And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Ms. Conyers? No.
Did you meet with an attorney on Monday?
Oh, yeah, I did. She
Okay,
wanted
that was
to
Ms.
know more
Conyers.
information. I wrote all the information on this page here for that I need to read to you when you get a minute.
Okay. And we'll have time at the end of the hearing for you and I to have a conversation. That'll be the perfect time to read that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Certificate.
Okay. And Ms. Lazaro is here as your counsel today. Do you feel comfortable with her as your counsel?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Lazaro, we have 2 allegations. How are we handling those today?
I'll waive formal reading and enter admissions to both.
All right. Okay, Mr. Lee, before I accept your admissions to these allegations, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where AP&P has to put on evidence to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. At that hearing, you would be given an attorney at no cost to you. And through that attorney, you'd be able to defend yourself by cross-examining AP&P's witnesses, as well as calling your own witnesses and or producing any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Lee?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand that by
I'd like to
entering?
go ahead and proceed today.
Okay, so by entering these admissions today, you're waiving your right to that hearing. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, I do.
All right, very good.
I want to go ahead and proceed.
Perfect. Well, then I'll accept your admissions as knowingly and voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole. I'm going to first have a little conversation with your attorney, and then I'll hear from Agent Hanson, and then you and I will have a conversation. Okay, Mr. Lee?
Okay.
All right, so give me just a couple minutes with your attorney and a couple minutes with Mr. Hanson, and then we can talk.
All right.
All right, Ms. Lazaro, any recommendation?
Yes, in 90 days, with credit for the time he served, another parole. Sounds like he'd prefer to parole out to the halfway house and then transition perhaps to his dad's in Salt Lake City, who's his main support system. That way he can get his social security and housing and all that stuff set up. We'll do treatment at forensics, AT alongside AP&P. And just wanted to reiterate that, you know, he's taken his sobriety as a priority to him.
Can I bring something up?
In just a minute, give me just another
right.
minute with Agent Hanson. Hopefully we get Agent Hanson's audio working. Agent Hanson, any recommendations? No. We can't hear you. I get the chirpy, the high pitched, but and even that's coming in and out. Can't really understand anything you're saying. Now we can't hear you at all. Oh, try that.
Is that better?
There we go.
We can hear you now.
I apologize for that.
No worries.
I would concur with Ms. Lazaro's recommendation. Mr. Lee walked away from the halfway house just a few days before Christmas and was picked up within about 3 or 4 days, as I recall. And he was sent here to the Northern Utah Community Corrections Center to stabilize. I know that was very difficult for him, where all of his support appears to be in Salt Lake, and we tried to accommodate him as best we could, but it was, as I mentioned, a difficult situation, and I know we ultimately don't have a lot of say in it, but I know that he would benefit from being placed in a Salt Lake area halfway house as opposed to here. So with that, I'll submit.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Mr. Lee, now's your chance to speak. Tell me about this parole. Or read your letter.
I got a Ryan certificate, the master plan that I completed since I've been here. Didn't have nothing better to do, might as well program. Okay, here I got to whom it may concern. I haven't been locked up in over 20 years. I know what it's actually like to be good, and I will be again. That much I know for sure. I have Valley Mental Health and forensics to go and do after I get out, because I told Judge Teresa I'd come and see her and give her a chance and give me mental health through Valley Mental Health for my mental health, because she's a mental health judge. She's the one that initially sent me here before the Board of Pardons. She offered me the chance to go, and I will Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'm going back to school to take a course in business and take a class how to prepare my taxes. My dad would like me to go ahead and do that because I'm on Social Security. See my arm? It's all messed up. I can't do that. I can't do this. I can't give you 2 thumbs up. I'm permanently disabled, so I have a disability because I got hit by a truck. So my dad would like to give me a chance to get off of Social Security by sending me to school. So he's going to help me pay for schooling to go back to school so I can get off of Social Security. I'm getting loans and grants after I get out of the halfway house for ex-felons that will help me start up 2 businesses, a car and SUV truck lot, and a mom and pop store that cashes checks. I'm putting electronic Apple tracking devices in all the vehicles to help me do repos. They're $100 each to do the vehicles. So my dad and I call him, I call him several times a day. I love my dad. He's gonna help me pay for school this way. I have an income or a paycheck coming in. Thank you so much for your time. Oops, I need transition to a halfway house until I get my housing. Thank you so much for your time in this matter. Hopefully we can get back to the halfway house soon. Thank you so much. I'm getting a DBA, doing business as an LLC, limited liability corporation. I meant to put in the letter, but I forgot to write it in there. But that's what I have on the table. If you wonder what I was going to do with the rest of my life, I'm going to try and be a car salesman and have a mom and pop store that cashes checks, like Check City, things like that. So you make money off of cashing checks to generate revenue in your business.
All right, and that sounds great, and I appreciate all that. That's great. And I don't mean to go backward by looking at
Right.
the past, because I appreciate your vision of the future. It sounds like you've got a good future ahead of you. Let's talk about this parole.
Okay.
So what, were you using drugs on this parole?
I got in trouble once.
What were you using?
It was meth, cocaine. I
Meth
made a
and cocaine,
mistake,
is
a
that
poor
right?
choice in decision. My roommate had it. I shouldn't have did it. I felt bad after doing so. I didn't do it again. Only
did you
did
say-
it once.
Sorry, did you say meth and cocaine?
Yeah, that's what he had. I didn't know
Okay.
he mixed them together. And I just snorted it like he said. So I chose to do it. I got myself in trouble. I got a dirty urine and I won't do it no more. I made a mistake. I already told my dad about it. My dad said you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have indulged in them behaviors. I told you about people, places, and surroundings. You got to be aware of your surroundings and people that you're involved with and not get involved with what they got going on. I told my dad said that you made a poor choice. Don't do it no more. I told him I wouldn't.
Well, it sounds like you got a good support with your dad. I appreciate
I
that.
love my dad. I tell
What
my dad the
happened?
truth on it.
Hold on, Mr. Lee, hold on. So what happened when you absconded? Why did you leave the halfway house?
Because I thought I was gonna get sent back.
Because of the drug use?
Yeah. I called and told my dad and he said you should turn yourself in. I was gonna turn myself in the following day, but I got arrested and detained that morning, early in the morning.
So you didn't want to come back to prison, so you left, which made it then that once you were caught, you definitely had to come back to prison.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
So there's a flaw in that logic. You understand that?
Yeah,
If you had stayed, you might have just gotten a rim and you would have still been at the halfway house. But by absconding, you forced APP to bring you back to prison.
yeah, I know. I made
Okay.
a poor choice and decision on my behalf. I shouldn't have did it. It won't happen no
What,
more. Sorry,
are you
my
on any-
actions of me getting myself here. I own up to responsibility of that. I won't do it no more. I promise you that. And
Okay.
we'll get along a little better in life. I'll come from the area. My dad, like my dad said, police myself, keep myself out of trouble. Don't indulge in those behaviors with other people and stay out of
Okay.
trouble. I told him I would. So
all right, Mr. Lee, what are you being treated for mental health wise?
mental health, bipolar, schizophrenia.
Do you feel, are you on medications currently?
Yeah, they're helping me. I stay on my meds. I've taken my meds the whole time I've been here. I don't trade my meds off to anybody else or anything like
Do you,
that.
do you take your meds when you're at the halfway house or do
Yes,
you
I
trade
do.
them? Okay. All right. Do you feel like your physical disability would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No,
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. You've answered all of my questions. Is there anything you haven't mentioned today that you wanted to bring up or anything else you want to say on your behalf?
yes, I'd like to ask the board to give me another chance at a halfway house. And I can go to Newt's fine. My
Okay.
dad can still get to me. He works in Ogden. So my dad's a good support group. He's gonna be my sponsor, to sponsor me out of the halfway house to help me get a doing business class in school. He said he'll help me get that started up so we can get that going.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you for all this information today. I'm going to take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a final decision. They'll post it online, and then they'll send you that letter in the mail. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Do you need this?
No, I've got, I kind of, oh no, the certificate, no, we're good.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Bill.
you.
Appreciate it. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Christopher Young. Mr. Young, your offender number is 224389, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Lazaro. She's a colleague of Ms. Conyers, with whom you probably met on Monday. And then we have Agent Cummins from APNP. Mr. Young, Agent Cummins, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Young, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
All right, and then did you have a chance to meet with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
And you feel comfortable with Ms. Lazaro as your counsel today?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. All right, Ms. Lazaro, looks like we have 5 allegations against Mr. Young. How are we handling those today?
I'll waive formal reading and admissions to all 5 allegations.
Mr. Young, before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure you understand you do have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where APNP bears the burden of proof, and they have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights?
Yes,
And do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
yes, sir, I am.
Very good. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date. Mr. Young, I'm going to have a brief conversation with your attorney, conversation with Agent Cummins, then you and I will have a conversation, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Lazaro, any recommendation?
Yes. This sounds like you said 5 attempts at CCC. Recommendation is 90 days and another parole. He wants to go to the Orem CCC. Believes it'll be easier for him to find a job up there.
All right, Agent Cummins, I did note your recommendation from the warrant request. But if you want to provide your recommendation, please let me know.
Yes, Mr. Young struggled pretty heavily while he was here with pretty substantial bouts of depression, culminating in an attempted suicide. So our concern is with him getting appropriate treatment and with his not attending the therapy program for the sex offender therapy program here in the community. Our recommendation is that he complete that while incarcerated because he repeatedly violated his sex offender group conditions. And then that any parole, he attend the mental health program, which I believe is at Atherton. It's our view that he needs that additional help. He was respectful here and tended to be honest when confronted with his violations, but that is something that he has struggled mightily with, is complying with anything to do with his sex offense and his mental health.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Young, now's your opportunity to speak. Why are we struggling so much with treatment?
Oh, I think the biggest roadblock is myself. Like he said, I was struggling a lot. And I was just, it was just so, it's the most hardest thing I ever did when I put them through, and I'm, you know, and I'm shameful for what I did, putting them through that day on the floor when I was unconscious and, you know, dead to the world. And it was, I can't imagine what they went through, what they're feeling even right now, you know, and I have to deal with it too, every day, you know. But God was with me that day, and he brought me back here, you know, for a purpose, and that's the purpose to succeed. And if I have to redo that program again to do that, then I'm willing to do that.
So, sorry, you were talking about, maybe I'm misunderstanding. So when you said you regret what you put them through, you mean when you attempted suicide?
Yes.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So what was the thought process that led to the suicide attempt?
A lot of it had to do with my job situation. I was just going through so many shutdowns, and everybody turning me down because of my sex offense. And it was just getting so overwhelming. And then that day when the officer searched my phone, and said that caught me when I was using the internet, it just pushed me over the edge right then and there, because I was just freaking out already, and I just couldn't deal with it anymore at that point. And I shut down, and I went back to my cell and took 30 pills, and they had to bring me back with 4 shots of Narcan to bring me back.
Do you, I mean, you regret having put the people through it, but talk to me about how you're feeling now. Do you feel like you still have that suicide ideation? Do you feel like that's a problem, like a potential thing that we need to be aware of?
Well, it's only when I get under extreme stress to the point where I'm on the verge of breaking down, then I feel like that way. But most times, I'm reading the Bible and I'm fine, as long as I, keep that in mind that, I have a better purpose in life. And like I said, he gave me a second chance that day, and I'm not going to waste it again on another suicide attempt. So.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Were you using drugs on this parole?
No, I haven't had any drug relapses since the day I committed my crime, which was in 2015. I quit doing drugs. I quit doing sexual. I haven't had any sexual conduct, none of that since the first crime I did in 2015. So I haven't had any relapses at all, drug or sexual.
Okay.
And I'd like to terminate if I can.
Where did you go when you absconded?
I went to Provo, which wasn't the best choice. It was really cold down there.
What was the purpose? Why abscond? What was your end goal?
I told my attorney, the main reason was because I was getting death threats from inmates. And I told Officer Cummings about it. And he said safety is their biggest issue, but the guy was still there the next day, and I was just waiting for him to come through with it, so I didn't really want to be there when that happened, so.
Okay. How is your mental health?
A little stressed about this, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good.
Tell me, are you being treated, what are you being treated for mental health wise?
I got PTSD, general anxiety disorder. And that's about it. Mostly, PTSD is really severe because I was molested by my sister when I was younger, so
Oh,
a
boy.
couple of years, so
Yeah,
it's like
okay.
sometimes I get, flashbacks and have nightmares every now and then, but it's not as bad as it used to be.
Okay, well, good. What about depression? Obviously, Agent Cummins, you heard him say that you struggle with some bouts of some pretty serious depression. Are you being treated for depression?
Well, I've been talking to my mental health doctor here, so to help keep he's been giving me exercises and stuff to help me deal with that better.
Okay. And are there any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No, the Huntington's isn't really a thing right now. I don't think it is. I think I think it's in my DNA like everybody else, but I don't think it's activated. So I think I'm gonna be fine.
Okay. There are 2 pending disciplinary violations against you. If you don't want to talk about them, that's fine. You can avoid incriminating yourself. If you would like to address them, I'm happy to talk about them, but if not,
Yeah,
then
sure.
you can remain silent.
We can talk about them.
Okay, tell me about, looks like, last month we had interfering with investigation or false statement, and then refuse or resist arrest or movement or command. Tell me what was going on.
I refused arrest.
Let's see. You did not turn in a property contract to keep a
Oh,
first aid
that's
beacon.
what I'm like. Wait a second. Yeah.
So it was
yeah,
refusing the
yeah.
commands by not doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah. Well, it's because when you're over at the other prison, the rules are a whole lot different than here. So over there, we didn't have to have one of those unless you're sending the property out to your family. So here it's a lot different. I wasn't aware of it. I'm brand new to this place. And the other thing, the cop shopping thing, I was really worried about my bunkie. He'd fallen off his bunk, getting up on his bunk 4 times. And I was really worried about his medical situation. If he hurt himself, actually did. And I was trying to talk to them into moving him to another bunk so he can be on the bottom bunk and he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. And I talked to both the officers about that. I wasn't aware that was cop shopping until I got in trouble for it. So.
Okay. And then let me jump back to Agent Cummins. I noted in the report, there was a line about Mr. Young being investigated for failure to register. Or is anybody pursuing that in any way, or is that just the idea that he could have?
It was something that had he not been caught on the church grounds in Provo, as quickly as he was, then charges would have been pursued. But where Provo PD caught him at a little local church fairly quickly, we decided not to pursue that.
Okay.
So.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Young, you've answered all of my questions. I appreciate the information you've given me today. What happens after today is, like we have in the past, I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make their final decision. They then post it online, and then they send you that letter in the mail. So you can learn either by talking to people who can look it up online or just wait for that letter to arrive. Okay?
Right. Did you get my termination? Because I'd like to terminate.
Oh,
yeah.
Right. Let me make a note of that.
I figure I'm gonna be here to do the program. I have as well. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I'll bring that to the attention of the board. I don't know if they'll go along with it, but I'll let them know that that would be your desire is to terminate.
All right.
Just a lot of people ask for termination, and sometimes the board will grant it but it usually takes, you know, like it may be contingent on completing SOTP there at the prison again, or it may take a couple years before you actually get the termination. You understand that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm willing to wait.
Okay, all right. But you're willing to parole if the board grants parole, is that correct?
Yes, I am definitely willing.
Okay, very good.
All
All
right.
right. Thank you, Mr. Young. Good luck to you.
Good luck, Mr. Young. That's it for me.
All right, we'll see you next time.
Thanks.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Jeffrey Reyna. Mr. Reyna, your offender number is 155,639. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Is it Reyna?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Reyna, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Lazaro. She's a colleague of Ms. Conyers with whom you probably met on Monday. And then we have Agent Dalton by audio. Mr. Reyna, Agent Dalton, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Mr. Reyna, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes,
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
but that's my blue packet, right?
Right, yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then did you have a chance to meet with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, do you feel comfortable with Ms. Lazaro as your counsel today?
Yes.
Very good. All right, I'll just take note, Mr. Reyna was convicted of a DUI, looks like a Class A misdemeanor, and then drive unsuspended or revoked license Class C misdemeanor. Court gave him 80 days in jail to run concurrent with his current sentence. But otherwise we have, and that was in case ending in 0248. So I'll take judicial notice of that. And then we have 5 allegations, 2 of which are included in those, in the conviction. So how are we handling those 5 allegations, Ms. Lazaro?
Enter admissions to allegations 1 and 2, a denial to 3. I think that was dismissed for the plea, if I'm reading these notes right. Deny 4, and deny 5. And then I guess just kind of background on that, he told, represented to Kate that his agent knew that the brother was staying in his mom's house. He wasn't with him at the Maverick. Mr. Reyna drove there, his brother had walked, and he wasn't associating with his brother. So. See what APNP's thoughts are on those and then how we want to go forward.
And then
We can move forward with 1 and 2.
sorry, Agent Dalton, I spoke over you. I apologize. What was that?
We can move forward with allegations 1 and 2.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Rand, before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure you understand that you have the right to require APP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where APP has to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You would be given an attorney at no cost to you. And through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APP's witnesses, as well as the calling of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from your silence. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Reyna?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then do you understand by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll note the denials to allegations 2 through 4, and based off the stipulated motion, recommend they be dismissed. Mr. Reyna, did you have something you want to say?
Yes, so I would just like to say, like, to the Board of Pardons.
Okay, well, sorry,
to
Mr. Reyna, let me, just real quick, I apologize to interrupt. Just, there's a flow to this, so let me talk to your attorney very briefly. I'll talk to Agent Dalton very briefly, and then you'll have a chance to talk to me and provide any information you want to, okay?
Okay, all right, sir.
All right, Mrs. Arrow, any recommendation?
Yes, 180 days and another parole. Would like to return to his apartment, and to the treehouse factory, and then get back into Weber Recovery Services. It sounds like he had clean UAs while he was out this last time and checked in with them. And then just make a concerted effort to stay away from people that are problematic in his life.
Okay. Agent Dalton,
Yes, we're asking that he serve 180 days before the board determines if he can be paroled. His offense, it's a public safety risk. He put himself in danger and the public. And it's pretty concerning that he was observed leaving a shooting. I believe that's still under investigation. He started his parole off well. He appeared to be doing well. And then I went on extended leave and I came back and he was incarcerated. So I'm not sure at which point he started to struggle. I mean, the circumstances of his arrest are pretty concerning. I don't know that they keep standard conditions as well as those gang conditions.
okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Reyna, now's your chance. Talk to me about what was going on in this parole. Sounds like things were going well initially, and then they fell apart. So what was going on that was good? Let's start there.
So when I first got out of prison, okay, I was doing super good. Like Mrs. Dalton said, I was doing really good in the beginning. I did all my classes. I was on colors. I did all my UAs. I did everything Mrs. Dalton asked me to do. I got into my own place downstairs from my mother's house. I was paying my own rent, paying my own bills. I was working at a job, $25 an hour. Ever since I was out, taking care of my kids, you know, my soon-to-be wife, you know, she told me not to go to the store or to not drink. I had a couple beers that night. It was after work. We went Christmas shopping, you know, came home and put everything in the house. In between that time when me and my wife, we had our private time, you know, it's somewhere in between that time, my brother was, I guess he was upstairs. I get my mom's car keys back to her. And then so like when I went back downstairs with my wife, in between that time, he took my mom's car without my mom even asking, and I didn't know nothing of it either. Like, and I'm being straight up honest with you guys. Like I told Mrs. Dalton, I would not lie to you guys. I'm not trying to beat around the bush. My brother was, he was upstairs living at the apartment. I was living downstairs. I never went out with my brother. I never hung out with my brother. Like he was at the house, but I know he is a known gang member, and I'm not, and that's part of my stipulations. Do not associate with gang members, you know. And I was working every day, graveyards from 10 o'clock at night till 7 in the morning. I was doing super good. I paid all my supervision fees. I did my classes. But I guess he went out and did whatever he did. I took my mom's car to the store, and in between, and I got stopped by the cops. Didn't get pulled over. They caught me coming out. They stopped me coming out of the store with a 12 pack. I accept that. I mean, that's my accountability. Wasn't supposed to be drinking, and I told him everything that I knew about my brother that night, and because I wasn't going to get in trouble for something I didn't do. I mean, and so I told him everything that I knew, and that between that time I was getting questioned by the cops. He walked to the store, and they seen him in the parking lot, and they stopped him. And then that's when they said that we were together. We weren't together. I have my
Well, and that's all, I mean, if that's being investigated, that's not part of, I appreciate where you're coming from, and I understand the urgency that you're trying to address this. My bigger concern, honestly, right now is the DUI and the alcohol use. Were you using drugs other than alcohol on this parole?
No, sir. No, I started drinking alcohol on December 20th. I had a couple beers, like I said. I had like 6 beers. You know, I blew a 0.94. I admit to that. After I went Christmas shopping, it was Christmas, you know. I was doing good. I got out of my classes, and I knew I shouldn't be drinking. And
I mean, I
took
get
that
that's Christmas, but Mr. Reyna, you imagine if you killed somebody?
Correct.
I mean, you sit there and you think, oh, it's Christmas, I want to celebrate and just kind of relax, but you get behind the wheel,
Correct.
kill somebody days before Christmas. I mean, you got to think about things that way.
Right. Right. Just,
There's-
yeah, you're
You're a smart
absolutely
guy.
right. You're absolutely right.
I can tell
Sir.
just in talking to you, you're an intelligent individual, but you've got these lapses of judgment that are constantly causing you issues.
Right. And that's what I need to get back into some classes to help me make a better judgment upon release. You know what I mean? And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make that judgment better. My wife even told me, like, there's no more, you're not doing this no more. And you know, I mean, I got family support out there. My mom almost passed away, like almost died due to a house fire. She fell asleep. I lost my father that was at the house, you know, this on February 2nd, you know what I mean? And so, and I'm the sole provider for my kids. I got, between me and my soon-to-be wife, we have 7 kids all together. And, you know what I mean? I would like to be back out there, you know, but I'm willing to accept whatever you guys give me on my violation.
Okay. Are you being treated for any mental health issues?
As of right now, no.
Okay.
But
What
I
are you?
am right now, I'm in MRT right now at the Willow County Jail. So I'm trying to, there's really no programs in here right now that like I'll do whatever it takes to get out, and get it back into MRT, any kind of alcohol classes, any kind of classes that will help me make better choices.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for all the information you've provided today. I'm going to take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a final decision. Once they reach their decision, they post it online, and then they'll send you a letter in the mail. So you can find out either by talking to people who can look it up on the board's website or just waiting for that letter to arrive.
All right,
Okay?
Mr. Brewer. All right, Mr. Brewer. Thank you, Ms. Dalton.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
You guys have a good day. Thanks.
Thank This is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Chase Quinton. Mr. Quinton, your offender number is 235028, is that correct?
That's correct.
My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Lazaro. She's a colleague of Ms. Conyers with whom you probably met on Monday. And then we have Agent Lithgow, who's here representing APNP. Mr. Quinton and Agent Lithgow, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Quinton, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
I did.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
And you feel comfortable with Ms. Lazaro as your counsel today?
Yes.
All right, very good. We have 2 allegations against Mr. Quinton. It looks like Mr. Quinton was convicted in Idaho. So that I don't know that we have that. I'm guessing that's related to the allegations that we have today. But Ms. Lazaro, how are we handling these 2 allegations today?
Sounds like I'll waive formal reading, entered admission to allegation 1. Is there more than that? Oh, wait, maybe I'm on the wrong one. Hold on. Where are we at?
We're with
Quinton.
Mr. Quinton.
Allegations 1 and 2.
Okay. All right, Mr. Quinton, before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where APNP has to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You'd be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. And through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses as well as the calling of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. And Mr. Quinton, you were convicted of a crime in Idaho, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'll take judicial notice that you were convicted of that crime, and that is related to these allegations. And with all of that, we'll revoke your prior parole date. So, Mr. Quinn, I'm going to have a conversation with your attorney and then with Agent Lithgow, and then you and I'll talk, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mrs. Zaro, any recommendation?
It sounds like the Idaho case, when he pled, he was sentenced, and that sentence was to run concurrent with what he was doing here in Utah. I would request credit for time served and release to a halfway house. He's indicated he'll do whatever the board wants as far as, or APNP wants as far as conditions. And then I think his plan is to eventually get some food trucks up and running. And kind of get started on a better path.
Okay. All right, Agent Lithgow, any recommendation from APNP?
Well, we feel Mr. Quinn's quite a public safety risk. He was placed on parole for enticing a minor over the internet, a 13-year-old girl. While on parole, he did it again. So that's twice. With a 14-year-old female this time. So we're recommending SOTP while incarcerated and 365 days.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Quinton, now's your opportunity to speak. Tell me about what you were doing.
When I was on parole?
Yeah.
Well, I was in outpatient for the sex offender therapy, and I relapsed. I went onto an adult dating website, and I ended up meeting another female that obviously was an officer that I thought was underage, and I went to go meet with them, and after talking with them, I don't know, it was probably about a month or 5 or 6 weeks, or I don't know how long exactly it was, but it was a minute. And I I just made a poor life decision.
You knew she was underage, is that right? You knew she was underage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I just made a poor life decision, poor choice, and thinking I could go meet up with this minor, and obviously something I regret. I did sex offender treatment in Idaho for it. I also did a more intense sex offender treatment called I think it was CSOT is what they call it. I don't know what the C stands for, but it's a more in-depth sex offender treatment program that goes in more detail on that sex offender treatment program. So I did 2 different sex offender programs in Idaho while incarcerated. I also did a drug program there and incarcerated, and so I feel like I've gotten kind of down to the root of why I've done what I did. I feel like this time I would have a better chance at succeeding on parole with the tools that I have learned.
Okay. How long did you serve in Idaho?
It was about 2.5 years.
Were you using drugs heavily throughout this time?
I was
What were you using?
meth and Suboxone.
When was the last time you used?
2022.
Was that when you were arrested?
Yes.
Do you have any mental health struggles? Any things you're being treated for?
Depression. I have a problem with ADHD, but I don't take anything for it. It's just something I've learned how to cope with my life. It's nothing that I can't handle, I don't think. Depression, I've had problems with my whole life on and off, and usually so when I'm on the outside, I was on Wellbutrin. That's what works best for me.
Okay.
And in here, currently, I am on trazodone for it. And it seems to help with my mood stabilization.
Are there any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No.
So getting to the heart of the issue, I mean, you mentioned that some of the treatment you've been through has kind of helped you better understand what's leading to this. What can you tell me about that? What have you learned about yourself?
So I don't want to blame anything that ever happened to me as a kid as to what my decisions, what I make now. Obviously, I'm very cognitive of what my decisions are, and I don't want to make excuses for anything that I've chosen to do. I did what I did out of selfishness, and I kind of get into self-pity, and I just start making wrong decisions when I don't really know, I don't really know the words here. It seems like when I start self-loathing and get lonely, and I tend to make more selfish decisions, and I'm not as aware of people around me that I hurt. And I've realized that the more I stay in the moment and stay out of my head, I'm able to make better and more correct decisions.
Okay. And did you face some trauma as a child?
Yeah, so when I was real little, like 3 or 4 years old, my grandpa used to physically abuse me. My whole life I had bully problems. People would always bully me. And I had a stepmom that would mentally abuse me. But like I said, I'm not using those as an excuse. That's has nothing to do with, in my opinion, my choices that I've made.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm not trying to force you into making excuses for yourself. It obviously, our background always informs us as far as our thought processes, things that we've been through in the past to help us. If we can address those and recognize those, I think we're in a better position to address how we make decisions and to recognize that there are things we have to adjust for, some different, maybe some cognitive discord between what happened to us as kids and how we affect it. If we shut that off completely, we're likely closing the doors to some real solutions to how we're making poor decisions. So I'm not asking you to make excuses, but just recognizing that there are things that have happened to you in the past that likely affect how you act today. And we need to address those, or you need to address those with your therapist and through whatever treatment is necessary in order to help you better move forward. So, okay.
Yes,
So we're looking at a halfway house upon release, right?
that's correct.
Do you have a job lined up at all?
Not currently. I was just planning on going to various staffing agencies and seeing what they had for me and working to save money or transition or whatever it is the halfway house or parole wants me to do.
Okay.
And eventually getting my own place. And I don't know if I'll be able to afford it or if things work out, but eventually I do want to own my own businesses. One of them would be to start up with the food truck services. I think that I would enjoy that, and that would occupy my time and be a positive productivity in my life.
All right. Well, thank you for answering all of my questions today. I'm going to take my report to the board. They will deliberate, make a final decision. Once they've reached a decision, they send you a letter in the mail, but then they also post it online. Posting it online happens almost immediately after it's been released or been made. So if you're in contact with people on the outside, they can look it up and let you know. Otherwise, it could take a little bit for that letter to get to you. Okay?
Okay, thank you. And may I ask a question?
Certainly.
Do you know what the board or you will be recommending or possibly deciding? I know it's not an official decision. I just kind of want a ballpark of what to expect.
That's a fair question. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to answer. I don't know what my recommendation is going to be. And even if I did, the board has asked us not to share those recommendations because I don't want to say one thing and the board does something completely different and you feel like you're getting jerked around. And I know you're saying you realize it's not an official decision, but I'm just going to leave it to the board to make their decision and let that be the only word that you hear. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm sorry I can't answer it, but that's the situation we're in. Okay?
That's all right. Thanks.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Taylor, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Robert Taylor. Mr. Taylor, your offender number is 234740, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Lazaro. She's a colleague of Ms. Conyers, with whom you probably met on Monday. And then we have Agent Lithgow from APNP. Agent Lithgow's already been sworn in. He remains under oath for this hearing. Mr. Taylor, I do need to put you under oath. If I could have you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Taylor, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to meet with an attorney in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
And then do you feel comfortable with Ms. Lazaro as your counsel today?
Absolutely. Yes.
Very good. All right, with that, Ms. Lazaro, we have one allegation against Mr. Taylor. How are we handling that today?
I'll waive formal reading, enter an admission on his behalf.
Mr. Taylor, before I accept your admission, I need to make sure you understand you do have the right to require APMP to prove this allegation at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where APMP has to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You'd be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. And through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APMP's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that by entering this admission today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admission as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole dates. All right, so I'm going to have a brief conversation with your attorney and then with Agent Lithgow, and then you and I will have a conversation. Okay, Mr. Taylor?
All right.
All right, Ms. Lazaro, any recommendation?
Yes, recommendation is 90 days and another parole. He'd like to go live in Ogden. It sounds like he owns a motorhome, and is returning to Big Bubba's trailer in Ogden and Alpha Counseling.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Agent Lithgow, any recommendation?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point, Alpha Counseling would not have Robert back. Robert met two individuals while attending sex offender therapy at Alpha Counseling. These two individuals came forward to their therapist and spoke with her about their concerns. Robert's therapist talked to him about that. He minimized the situation. He victim blamed. He would even go as far as saying he acted this certain way, harassing them because how they dressed. And lastly, the most concerning thing was when Robert was told the word no, it made him more sexually aggressive towards these two individuals. So I'm recommending he do SOTP while incarcerated before he gets released.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor, now it's your opportunity to speak. Tell me what's the struggle? What's going on here?
The struggle is sexual addiction. I've had a problem with it since a young age, and I'm trying to overcome it. It's just been an ongoing struggle. I know that I know that it can be resolved through counseling. I know that for a fact, and I'm willing to stop it. And I know that's what it's going to take, is me being engaged with it and being willing to be open about it. And I opened up to my therapist about it, and then I got kicked out of therapy for opening up to her about it.
Well, you got kicked out because you were harassing other participants.
Right, absolutely. But I opened up, which usually I close down and I don't share anything with anybody. I keep it a secret. And so I was partially open with it. And
Okay.
I opened up after I got caught.
Okay.
Yes. I told you to speak with your therapist.
Right. And I said I would, and I did.
Yep. And that's why you did. Yeah.
So if, Mr. Taylor, if we're trying to, I guess what you're saying is you waited till you got caught, you opened up with your therapist, but even then you were more honest with her than you have been in the past. Is that fair to say?
With anybody, yes.
Okay. So you feel like this was kind of, I mean, you're not denying that you engaged in this behavior. You're not denying that you talked about how people telling you no only makes you more sexually aroused. but you were at least willing to step up and say, here are all the issues. Let me put it all on the table.
Right.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the problem is, how do we, you were given a chance at parole and you put other people in danger through your sexually aggressive behavior. How are we going to prevent that in the future? I mean, what's the solution here?
Solution is the solution is for me to just not do it. That's the solution. And it's not going to happen. I'm done coming back to prison. I'm done screwing up. I'm done with all this stuff.
And
I have to include my family in it, and right now they know. I was open with them in a letter. I wrote a letter to my parents, who are my support and my sponsors, and I threw it all out on the table, so everybody knows what's going on, and that's just what it's going to have to take.
And okay. So what's your plan upon release? Where would you go?
I'll have a motorhome in Ogden that I'll be living in.
Have you lived in that before on parole?
No, I was in I was renting a room last time.
Just real quick, Agent Lithgow, is APMB going to sign off on that? Mr. Taylor living in a motorhome?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. And where would that be at? Where would that be located?
21st Street.
We're on 21st Street.
There's a
where?
Well, I guess my bigger question is, I mean, I don't know that we need to take this time to get into specifics, but I mean, would APNP ever approve a motorhome as a residence for a person on parole?
No, especially if it's just on the side of the road somewhere.
So,
No.
Mr. Taylor, is there a trailer park that you park your motorhome in, or are you just parked on the curb?
No, it's in a park.
Okay, so and you'll have to work this out with APNP, but you may need a backup, because I don't know that a motorhome is ever going to be something that APNP. I've never heard of it before. I'm not an APNP agent, never been involved in that side of things.
And we don't know. And we don't know if the
Okay.
motorhome park would even allow you to live there.
There are other residents there that are sex offenders. So
Okay, so just be aware, if this is the address that you're putting out there, APNP may say, listen, we can't work with this. It's too transient to allow for us to be comfortable with you being there. So you may need a backup. Do you have another place you would go, or if that were denied, would you need a halfway house?
I'd probably be at the halfway house, but I'm trying to work out another address.
Okay, very good. And what do you do for work?
I'm a manager at Big Bubba's Trailer, and I
Okay.
currently still have that position.
And then if Alpha is not willing to take you back, given your previous choices, do you have another place to go, or would you need to work that out?
I'd have to work that out, find a different company to go through. I know there's a couple of companies in Salt Lake, so.
Okay. You being treated for any mental health issues currently?
No, sir.
Have you ever been?
No, sir.
All right. And then do you have any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No, sir.
I just want to jump back to just kind of our earlier discussion. Mr. Taylor, you're attracted to men, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is your family, I mean, I don't know how to ask this any better way. Do you feel like that puts you at odds with your family, or are they supportive of you and who you are?
No, they're totally supportive of me and who I am and what I choose to do.
All right. So you being involved in a healthy homosexual relationship is not at odds with your family or with who you feel you are or who you feel you should be. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, they love and support me for who I am, regardless of what I am.
Okay, or yeah, who you are, and my point that I'm getting at is that you have the option to pursue healthy relationships, but we're having an issue with your not just, it's not homosexual behavior, it's extremely aggressive homosexual behavior with people who have told you no a couple of times, and we've talked about your sexual addiction, but there's something else going on there. There's something else that leads to this aggression that needs to be addressed in some way, shape, or form. Is there anything you want to say to that?
Yeah, there's just, you're right. There's just an aggression towards it, and I just have to not do it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for all the information you've provided today. I appreciate it. I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a final decision. Once they've reached their decision, they'll send you a letter in the mail. They also post it online, so you're able to learn if people can look it up on the outside on the internet and tell you what the decision is. That happens a lot faster than waiting for that letter to arrive. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Chris Lopez, offender number 228638. Present this morning are his attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Ortega. Prior to coming on the record, Mr. Lopez informed staff that he did not want to attend the hearing and asked that Ms. Conyers represent him. It does look like he has a pending criminal case or two. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, I did speak with Mr. Lopez about that on Monday, and he did ask me to represent him. So what we'll do at this time is we'll enter denials to the 3 allegations. We'll continue for those pending felonies. I was going to ask if AP&P was going to amend the warrant request, as I don't think these pending felonies are actually, well, they weren't on mine.
I look in court exchange and I didn't see anything, but Mr. Lopez was in my caseload until recently, so I really don't know much about his case. I didn't see anything on court exchange about those pending cases.
It looks like he actually has 2 pending cases.
Yeah.
2419-15668, 2414-06072. That last case is a Class B and a Class C, so they wouldn't come under board jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. There's people working in the background. They're making a lot of noise. You said those cases were misdemeanors or felonies?
The first case is a felony case. The second case is a misdemeanor case.
Okay. And about the allegations on this, he's denying those allegations? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so right now, I only see the 3 allegations, failure
only
to
3.
establish residence, failure to report, and leaving the First Step House program. So, I mean, he was prepared to admit those, but we're going to enter denials for now. I guess what I was wondering, Agent, is if you're going to amend the warrant request to include at least the new felony charges.
I will that as soon
Okay,
as I get a
thanks.
chance. I will do it. Also, one more thing, if he's entering denials on this one, I'm ready to push for an evidentiary though.
So, like I said, if he didn't have pending charges, he was going to admit to the three
Okay.
allegations.
Mhm.
But right now we're entering denials because I like to handle them all at the same time.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay.
I'm on board with that.
Okay. Well, then I will take denials today as a placeholder. Ask Agent Ortega to update his warrant request to reflect those new allegations and
Okay.
recommend a paper review in about 90 days. If Mr. Lopez settles the case prior to that, I'd encourage him to write the board and we'll get him back on a calendar. Anything from anybody?
No, sir.
Okay, that will conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. You all have a good day.
On record.
All right, do we have an agent for Mr. Schultz? Derek's here, perfect. Today's time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Walter Schultz, offender number 72626. Is that you, sir? Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Holmes. Can you see each of them? Yes, sir. Mr. Schultz, Agent Holmes, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. Mr. Schultz, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you, on Monday, you probably spoke with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, it looks like Mr. Schultz has a pending federal case. How would you like to proceed?
Okay, so did that attach to the aggravated assault? Because I did see that that was filed, but I don't have access to the federal.
So it looks like there's a detainer issued for a threat of a weapon.
Probably the same thing then.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this time we will enter, Mr. Schultz, I didn't realize that. I know that you said that you may have federal charges pending on a possession of a dangerous weapon. I didn't know if that related to the aggravated assault. Agent, do you actually know if they are the same? The aggravated assault that attaches to number 3 hasn't been filed in the state case. Do you know if that's the same as the federal charges for the dangerous weapon?
It should be the same. Yeah.
Okay. So what we'll do at this time, thank you, everyone. What we'll do at this time is enter denial to the 3 allegations. We'll seek a continuance for 90 days. Mr. Schultz, when you complete that federal case, you'll need to write the board a letter and we can get you back on this calendar.
It looks like it's scheduled for trial in May, so.
Okay, let's do 90 days to continue at this point.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Conyers?
Not at this time, thank you.
Agent Holmes, anything you'd like to add?
No,
Are you okay with the continuance?
absolutely.
All right, Mr. Schultz, any questions about what we're gonna do today?
No.
Okay. What I'll do then is I'll enter denials today simply as a placeholder and recommend a paper review in 90 days. What that means is you will not attend a hearing. That will be done administratively, and we will go in and check and see if that case is resolved. And then we will schedule it accordingly, depending on what's going on at that time. Ms. Conyers, like Ms. Conyers said, once you finish that case, write us a letter because we will hear from you quicker than we'll hear from any court. And once we get a letter from you saying things are done, then we can get you back on a calendar. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything from anybody?
Nope.
We'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
All right.
On record. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Damien Carter, offender number 130957. Present this morning for the hearing are Mr. Carter's attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Montoya. Prior to coming on the record, we were informed that Mr. Carter is in federal custody and would not be appearing for his hearing this morning. It does sound like he has a couple of pending cases. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, what we'll do, and to be clear, I did not meet with Mr. Carter on Monday, but because he's in the custody of U.S. Marshals. What we would like to do, however, in trying to advocate on his behalf is enter denials at this time and continue based on pending charges that he has in the state case. So we will ask for enter denials and continue for 90 days.
Okay. Agent Montoya, your response, and are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I'll do today is I'll take denial simply as a placeholder, recommend a paper review in 90 days. If Mr. Carter resolves his cases between now and then, I would encourage him to write the board and we will get him back on the calendar. Anything from anybody?
No.
No, that will conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Devandre Nays, offender number 221707. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Proctor. Can you see each of them?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Nays, Agent Proctor, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Mr. Nays, thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nays, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, so we would like to plead no contest to 1, 2, 4, and 5. We would like to admit 7. As for 3 and 6, number 3, Mr. Nays believes that AP&P said that they would strike that allegation of absconding or fleeing. And
That is
then,
correct.
Perfect. So a stipulated motion to strike number 3. And then number 6, we were going to deny as well. This is the possession of a dangerous weapon as a switchblade. And we're denying that. I don't, I believe that Mr. Nays said that what happened is that this paraphernalia and the switchblade were in his wife's car. He didn't know whatsoever that they were there. She had relapsed and he was testing clean, and he was in his wife's car and didn't know that they were there. So we're hoping that with his no contest pleas and admission to number 7, that APNP would consider striking number 6 based on the circumstances.
Okay, I'm fine with striking number 6.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Conyers, your recommendation?
So our recommendations, now that we've resolved all of the allegations, are 90 days with credit for the 2.5 months he served in a program. He's looking at 2 different residential programs. There's the one, I'm sorry, I don't have the name of it, but it's at Eagle Mountain, and it specifically focuses on trauma-based, evidence-based for trauma rehabilitation, or Odyssey House are the 2 residential programs that Mr. Nays is looking into. One of his main priorities is trying to get custody of his daughter and just trying to be more independent. It sounds like there were maybe some dependency issues, or maybe with his wife, you know, with her relapsing, it kind of brought him down as well. So he wants to do his best and work on some thinking errors where he can be more independent and not only take care of himself and just kind of stay in his own lane, but also be there for his daughter and get custody of her.
Okay. Agent Proctor, response recommendation.
I am on board with the 90 days, and then sounds like residential or SUTP. I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
Agent Proctor, anything else like that?
I got nothing else to add.
Okay. And Ms. Conyers, before I went to Agent Proctor, I forgot to ask you if there was anything else you'd like to add.
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nays, I've heard from everybody but you. Tell me what happened with these violations. What led to these violations?
What led to these violations was just complications with my relationship with my daughter's mom, and we got married and stuff, and she kind of just she relapsed before I got out, and then I got out to that, you know, and so I was just trying to like put the pieces back together, but realistically, like I couldn't, you know, and we kept fighting and stuff like that, and so like we were kind of like distant, but we were still like trying to do the parenting thing and trying to get me off parole. And then once this happened, like I got pulled over or whatever, or I was getting followed, and then they arrested me. You know, they found stuff in her purse that I didn't know about, you know, and so like even to this day, like I love her to death, you know, I'll always have her back, but I really need to just take care of myself and try to help her with, you know, taking the weight off her shoulders with my daughter so she can take care of herself, you know. And with that, I want to do residential and try to get my own place and try to do my own parole rather than like trying to have her like take that load again, you know, because last time it didn't work. So
Was she in the car with you when you were pulled over? Or
yeah, she was in the car. Her and my daughter were in the car, and they found stuff in her purse that, you know, I didn't know about, and she took accountability for some of it, you know, and it bothered me, but at the end of the day, you know, she's human, she makes mistakes, and that's why I pled no contest, is because.
What's her name?
Her name's Tana.
What's her last name? Same last name?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But like since I've been down, she's been to jail, and like she's supposed to be staying sober now, you know, but I told her like I got to do me so I can help her be better, you know. I can't really do us right now, you know.
Okay. Did you use drugs or alcohol while you were out?
No. I used alcohol at Thanksgiving. I'm not gonna, just wine.
Okay.
It was never brought up, but you know, I did do that, and after that it was nothing like that. I was just kind of trying to focus on tattooing and trying to like I want to open a tattoo shop in a business, and that's kind of my goal.
Okay. What's your status with the Norteños?
I'm non-active, like I'm modified. I've been modified. I don't ever plan on going back. I'm trying to do me. I'm trying to be a better person, and I know like everywhere you go, your past follows you, you know, and my past follows me every time I come back. And that's the crappy part about coming back, is have to deal with the politics and stuff, you know, and I'm dealing with that right now, and I'm just trying to do it with a level head and putting my ego to the side and being humble about it. So
When did you modify?
I modified, I think, the summer, May of 22.
Okay.
And since then, I've kind of just, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been treated for any mental health issues?
Not like medication wise, but I do talk to mental health pretty often, just for therapy. So
Okay. Have you ever been diagnosed with anything?
just PTSD and anxiety and depression.
I wouldn't say just that could put a little extra on your table, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so you're meeting with somebody now while you're inside?
Yeah, I have there's a mental health lady named Charlotte here that I've been talking to, and she's kind of just been helping me with my trauma, and that's why I want to go to it's called the Addiction and Trauma Recovery. It's in Eagle Mountain.
Okay.
I'm trying to go there. It's more one-on-one basis rather than a group accountability setting.
Okay. How about your physical health? How's that?
It's good.
Good.
Right now I have like a sinus infection. That's why my nose is like this, but I'm trying to, that's just all it is. It's just sinus infection.
Okay. Nothing that would keep you from being able to be physically active, to hold a job, to get where you need to go, things like that. Okay.
No.
No broken back or
No.
knees or anything crazy.
I work out every day, Monday through Friday.
Well, it sounds like then that your plan is to go to a residential program. After you complete the program, what would the next step be?
So the next step is to try to get into a sober living or possibly get housing by the state, and take my daughter and then just help my wife. Like, I don't want to bring her into it, but I just want to help her because she has other kids too, you know, and I want her to be a part of her other kids' lives. But I also need to just take my daughter from her. That way she can fix herself, you know, because
How old's your daughter?
she's 3. She's about to be 4 next month.
Okay. So she's a little one.
Yeah, and I have a stepdaughter too. That's like 14. So
Okay. All right. And then you want to open a tattoo shop?
yeah, just either a tattoo shop and an art gallery, just because I grew up as a graffiti artist, but really that's not like applicable. But to me, art has always been like a comfort zone for me.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. You have any questions for me?
No, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yep. Agent Proctor, anything you'd like to add?
I've got nothing else to add, no.
Ms. Conyers?
Nope, thank you.
All right. Agent Proctor, I assume we'll be amending allegations. Right?
Yeah, I'll amend the allegations.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Mays, what I'll do today then is I'll accept your no contest pleas to allegations 1, 2, 4, 5. I'll accept your admission to allegation 7. I'll know your denials to allegations 3 and 6 and recommend that they be dismissed or stricken for stipulation. With that, I'll recommend your parole date of October 22nd, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process several times. And frankly, that's one of my concerns is we've done this 7 times already. So something's got to change.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know what that's going to be, but hopefully something will change.
Yeah, I don't mean to like throw an excuse out there, but since I've quit gangbanging, like, I'm not gonna lie, it's been hard to define who I really am, because I didn't know, like, all I know myself as before was a gang member and someone that gets high, like, and since I quit, I had to really take myself all the way to scratch and redefine who Devandre really is, and that's kind of my struggle right now. Is I still think like sometimes like, oh, well, I can get high even though I'm not gangbanging and think life is going to be normal, and it's not, and that's kind of where I'm at with the addiction. Is I need to work on my addiction and really grab a hold of it, rather than just think, oh, it's just something that doesn't matter, because that's what's really like the root of what brings me back,
Well, and hopefully whichever program you choose can help peel back the layers of the onion, so to speak.
Yeah, I get
Get
that.
to the root of it and figure it out so that when you put the onion back together,
Okay.
you're able to, because you're right, there's something going on and we got to figure out what it is so that we don't keep doing this over and over and over. Because what we're doing is not working, right?
Exactly.
And so it's something's got to change.
Exactly.
And I mean, it sounds like you're aware of that. It sounds like you've taken some proactive steps to hopefully find a program that can help you with that.
Yes, sir.
So what will happen today then is I'll write a report. It will include council's recommendation as well as Agent Proctor's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a response from them. As you know, receiving that order could take a couple of weeks. But if you have contact with friends or family or anybody on the outside, they can check the board's website and then let you know what the decision was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. That'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you.
Too, likewise.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Tyler Webster, offender number 244358. Is that you, Mr. Webster?
Yes.
Mr. Webster, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Smith. Can you see each of them?
Yeah.
All right. I'll be taking some testimony from you as well as from Agent Smith. If each of you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yeah.
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Webster, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yeah.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney?
Yeah.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed?
Yeah, so I did speak with Mr. Webster on Monday. He does have some pending charges with a preliminary hearing on March 10th. So at this time, we'd like to enter the denials on all 6 of the allegations and then continue for 30 days if possible. He believes that he will resolve this at his preliminary hearing.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
That's it for now.
Agent Smith, your response?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Mr. Webster, any questions about what we're going to do today?
No, I should resolve those charges on Monday. So.
Okay. What I'm going to do today then is I'm going to take your denial simply as a placeholder and recommend a continuance. What we'll do is we'll continue it to a paper review. So what that means is you will not appear for that hearing. That's something that we will do administratively. We'll go in and check and see if that case is resolved and then schedule you once it's resolved. But if you do resolve that case on Monday, write us a letter because we'll get that letter a lot quicker than we'll get court orders and all those other things. So we'll hear from you the quickest, okay?
All right. Would you be doing the paper review for 30 days? So next month then?
I'm going to make that recommendation. It'll be up to the board to decide what that time is.
Okay, cool.
So that's why I say they may set it as 90 days as a default, but either way, even if it's 30, if you resolve that case Monday, write us a letter. Because even if we set it at 30, that means they won't check it till April.
Yeah.
Versus you let us know next week.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
All right. Anything from anybody?
Nope.
Okay, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Nice, quick and easy for me. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Smith.
Thanks, Agent.
Bye.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole hearing violation for Mr. Patrick Reyna, offender number 160317. Present are his attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Montoya. Just prior to coming on the record, we were notified that Mr. Reyna has elected not to attend the hearing and has asked Ms. Conyers to represent him. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, what we'd like to do is to enter denials at this time and to continue. After speaking with Mr. Reyna on Monday, he told me that he needs 90 days, so we'll ask for a 90-day continuance. His pending domestic violence charges are set for March 21st.
Okay. Agent Montoya, your response, and are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, then what I'll do today is I'll take denial simply as a placeholder, recommend a 90-day paper review. If Mr. Reyna does take care of the case before then, I encourage him to write the board and we will get him back on a calendar. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
All right, today's time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Tanner Nielsen, offender number 167055. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Bird. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Nielsen, Agent Bird, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nielsen, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Absolutely.
Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
First, I wanted to see if, Agent, I didn't see that anything was filed. I was wondering if you could give us an update about that or whether you're amending these to technicals.
Yeah, so the charges for the knives were screened and denied by the district attorney's office. And then they asked us to send the possession charge to West Valley City, which was done. I just have not heard back from them as of yet. And so the possession of the knife will just be technical violations, and the possession charge is still in the balance.
So the possession of the dangerous weapon, just to be clear then, so what you're screening was West Valley City is what charge?
The possession of the methamphetamine.
Oh, okay. Well, with that then, we will, I think we can try and move forward today. We will we'll say no contest on 1 through 5 and then admit on 6 and 7.
Okay, and your recommendation?
Yes, he's asking for 6 months and a termination. He tells me that he's requested a termination multiple times and never been offered a termination. However, so I guess he's asking for 2 different things, either a 6-month termination that he's asked for several times, or an immediate release and into a program. His mom has been working on trying to get him into a residential rehabilitation program. So he's asking for one or the other. Right now, he has a different address than he had previously, as he's in the process of divorcing his wife, and he plans to live with his family either after a termination or after he completes a rehab program. He's also, if it would make a difference with the board at all, he's willing to leave to Colorado with a one-way ticket and get work there and not return to Utah, if that would make the board's decision a lot easier. It sounds like though his priority, his family offers him a lot of stability and help, and it sounds like rehab one way or another, or treatment is a priority to him. So that's his request at this time.
Okay, Mr. Nielsen, I see you've got your hand up. Let me go to Agent Bird and then I'll come back to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Agent Bird, your response recommendation.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with the 6-month termination as well. I've talked to Tanner extensively about parole in general, and it doesn't ever work. It's a 6 parole. It's not working. It's not a good candidate for parole. Either an expiration, incarcerated until his expiration, and then termination, or if the board would grant something sooner. I think if the board is not willing to entertain that idea, then more of a treatment aspect would be good for Mr. Nielsen. I think the methamphetamine use is typically is where the parole doesn't do as well is when drug use comes into effect, which has been kind of typical throughout as many parole attempts. So both of those sound good. I would more push for a termination and not another chance at parole. It doesn't seem like he's a good candidate for it.
All right, anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nielsen, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like to know?
Well, I'd like to thank Agent Bird. You were more than fair throughout my parole, and you gave me, I felt like you were on my team, and I really appreciate that, because sometimes it feels like you're kind of alone when you're dealing with correction. So I appreciate that. And you were considerate of my family, and I appreciate that as well. So I asked for the termination, and Agent Bird can verify that he picked me up from my job at Dig Dug Fiber, and they are based out of Colorado now, and I have an open employment there. So if I can take like an immediate termination with proof of that bus ticket, I can get out of here, and it would be
away from my trouble zone, you know, my high risk area, which is Salt Lake Valley. And sad to say, but my wife, you know what I mean? We don't really do too well together. I have a sober living environment down in San Juan County through San Juan Pioneer Properties, and they sent it to my caseworker. I haven't been able to get a hold of her, but she has proof of the immediate open bed if you choose to, like, I don't know if you decided to let me out for a, hopefully not another parole, but I have a stable sober living environment away from my high risk areas down in San Juan County, so I can go there. Yeah, like I said, I would prefer to be able to just leave and get away from Utah. So I've lived in Utah my whole life, and I've been on paper and under supervision and breaking the rules my whole life. And if you'll give me an immediate termination with proof of that ticket, that'd be great. A 6-month termination would be great. I've already done 65 days with that it's called a residential early second chance release, residential release or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than I do, but yeah, I'm just ready to stop wasting your guys' time, your guys' money, my time, and just hopefully get off parole, get out of the state, go to work, and that's all I got, boss.
All right, so I mean, you don't expire till 2027. I'm more than happy to let the board know that you're interested in a termination.
Yeah.
I mean, just being frank with you, because I don't like to blow smoke. I don't know if they're going to go with it, but we can ask it. If they don't go with it and they want to do another parole, are you willing to sign a new parole agreement, or would you rather expire?
I would not like to expire, so would you guys be willing to entertain the idea of a termination with a release to rehab? Because
I mean, like I say, I'm willing to note all that to the board members. I don't know what they're going to go with, but I'm absolutely willing to let them know that that's what you'd like.
Yeah. So and Agent Bird with his 6 month recommendation, that goes in the notes too.
Absolutely.
6-month termination, immediate termination, just some, I don't want to expirate, and I really don't want to do another parole. I don't really think Agent Bird wants to chase me around anymore.
Well, I mean, I just like us all to be on the same page and I don't want surprises, and I want to make sure there's plan Bs and sometimes plan Cs.
Yeah.
So have you ever thought about an interstate compact, Colorado?
Other than myself and employment, because I was going to do an interstate compact with Agent Bird. We were going to move to Missouri, but I have to be able to, you have to have a stable address, and with my charges, you'd have to have a stable address, a stable person, a job like it's kind of like a monumental task to try to line up a habitual violator and an interstate compact. So they're not going to want to do that.
I guess where you don't have, where you weren't a resident of that state previously, and you don't have somebody there that you're going to live with, it could be a little more difficult than a normal interstate compact. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
So what led to these violations?
Well, I mean, I was talking to my wife has and continues to go through a lot of health stuff like that, and so she was having some kind of sinus thing like that, and so I didn't have this is all kind of justification. It's going to come across as justification, but I didn't have a vehicle at one point. It was an uninsured vehicle. I called Agent Bird, told him I couldn't get there, and I was sick, and I was like, if I had to ride public transport, I was going to have to stop and use the bathroom a lot, which it just sounds like I was avoiding Agent Bird. I was in contact with him, tell him I wasn't coming. He was more than considerate of the fact that he knew I was kind of blowing smoke, and then I told him I slept through my alarms. The next time I was supposed to take my wife to urgent care because she has a lengthy history of she's been through radiation, cancer treatments on her face. I was going to take her to the urgent care, and on the day I was supposed to check in, I slept through my alarm. Still didn't have. I wasn't inside of Agent Bird's time frame, and I told him, I'm like, hey, look, I'm not going to come. I'm going to take my wife to this urgent care. And then when it came time to do it, we couldn't get babysitters, and my wife was still stressed out. Didn't want to go to the hospital because she didn't want to. I'm not really quite sure why we didn't end up going. It was just a bunch of crap.
Okay. Any drugs or alcohol use while you were on parole?
Yeah, I admitted to Agent Bird every time I had a thing. That's why I said he was more than considerate. I think he's notated that kind of stuff. But I was attending therapy for both sex offender and substance abuse treatment through Arrow Point there. And like right now I'm in the solid program. We're doing our like the CBT classes, like the cognitive behavioral therapy classes. I'm enrolled in VTs, you know, handling that kind of stuff, doing my thinking error classes. It's like solid as a sober living environment, or even so I'm in there, I'm participating, I'm in line for a job. I mean, I'm not really, I feel like I justify myself by saying I'm not really that bad of a person. It just, sometimes I just let myself get in the way.
I think generally most people aren't that bad at people. We just make poor choices. And then once we make the first poor choice, then
Yeah, it runs downhill.
and instead of stop digging when we're standing in a hole, we keep digging, right?
Yeah,
So you said you relapsed. What did you relapse on?
meth.
Meth. Okay. No gang involvement?
No, sir.
Any mental health history? It looks like there was an evaluation done like in November of 23 that said antisocial personality disorder.
Yeah, I think I kind of isolated myself. Like I said, like Agent Bird was more than considerate, and he was on my team. He's more, you know, his partner was my parole officer before. Kind of had the same problem with him. They're both considerate, and they're both like, hey bro, you can stop, you can hit the brakes, you can stop screwing up, just let us help you. And I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna keep screwing up, and I'm gonna run away from you guys instead. I mean, and so I mean, I don't.
Any history of like anxiety, depression, suicide attempts, anything like that?
No, I think maybe I get some depression and kind of stuff because I feel like I feel like I've habitually disappointed the rest of the world. I mean, I have never really, like Agent Bird's told me 10 different times. He's like, dude, you shouldn't be on parole. You should just be able to get off. He's like, just slow it down long enough to finish it out. You shouldn't be on parole. You shouldn't be back in trouble. You just get out of your own way and let us help you through it. And I don't know, maybe I'm just thick-headed. I like to do things the hard way, apparently.
Well, some people do. Any physical health issues?
I'm old and fat.
But nothing that would keep you from having a job and get to work and things like that.
No. I was employed. I was out there.
Okay. All right. So your preference is a termination, but you are willing to sign, reluctantly, I would say, willing to sign a parole agreement. If it's parole or expiration, you'd rather parole than expiration.
Yeah, I'm not gonna turn down a trip out of here, but I mean, it would just be in our best interest to just let me off paper.
Okay. Tell me about the program you have in San Juan County. You talked about it a little bit. What else do you know about it?
It's a sober living environment. I don't know if it's like room for rent kind of thing. It's through one of my family's friends. It's almost like it's this place where people can come and live and, you know, have their own room shared. It's kind of a halfway house kind of a thing.
Okay.
Shared room or shared bathroom, shared kitchen, that kind of stuff, just to do it down there. And
okay.
My plan for that would, like, because hopefully that was the last thing. Like if they had to parole me, would it be to go down there long enough because the Valley campus is the rehab that I'm trying to go to, and apparently that's up in the middle of nowhere, and it's not a registrable address. Is why it's why you can't be, and they don't come and pick you up. Is why I couldn't have submitted that as a place to go. So I'd have to go to San Juan County, get permission from my parole officer if I had a parole officer, but then I would go to Valley Camp and do their 90-day program up there in the mountains. It's kind of a secluded area. I mean, but it's just kind of, I mean, I'm hoping it's a last ditch effort. I mean, it's money that my family has to spend to put me there, but I mean, that was just try to, because with that, it qualifies me for the early residential reentry time cut if you guys paroled me, or if hopefully you terminate me, and then I can still hopefully get a time cut for it.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, I thought Agent Bird had something.
Yeah, I was going to turn to him next.
I just wanted to kind of touch on a couple of things. I think that, I mean, his rap sheet looks worse than Tanner is as a person, and he's obviously made some mistakes, but he's very accountable. He was in good communication. He is honest when he uses. I think ultimately the problem is this substance abuse, and I would agree with him that Salt Lake County and being with his family was, I think he was trying to be the best dad that he could. He was taking care of his wife. He had a lot of responsibilities outside of his parole that he prioritized, and I don't blame him for that. He's a father and a husband that he needed to take care of things, but there's issues that he has to address for himself, and I think a sober living would be good for him if that's what the board decided. Getting out of Salt Lake County would probably be beneficial, and just giving him time to work on himself and take care of some of the issues that he has that he needs to address before he can be a full-time dad and husband. But I mean, he's a hard worker. He always worked. He was putting money on the table for his family. He did things that he other than the drug use, that's really where it turns to the worst for him. So the rap sheet looks worse than it is, and he's a respectful guy. He's compliant with most things. It's just a lot of these technical violations that get him in trouble. And I would anticipate that if they do file charges at West Valley, it wasn't a lot of possession of meth. It was a really small amount. I would assume that they would just close the case and give him credit for time served. Is my anticipation for that. But just wanted a couple of those things to be cleared up, and the board to get kind of our perspective from that as well.
Is meth a class A?
It should be. They wouldn't screen it at the DA's office because of that. They just turned it over to the justice court. So I would assume that it would just be a misdemeanor A is what they would screen it for. I don't have the information. It could be a felony, but I would highly doubt it with how much there was.
If it's going to the justice court, it won't be a felony, right?
Yeah, so that's my anticipation. They may even screen it out and say not enough to charge, but
Okay.
I don't know. That was sent over, and I haven't heard back from those paralegals yet.
Okay, awesome. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Conyers, anything you'd like to add? I think she's double dipping with another case too.
I have one more thing.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I have nothing. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kate. Mr. Nelson.
This is if the board decides I do need treatment, can we recommend it's done on an outpatient thing, whether it's a sober living or whether it's in the halfway house or something like that. I've completed Conquest. I've completed the drug program twice in Nuke.
Yeah.
I'm well aware of those ones.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's recommending that you complete residential treatment while you're incarcerated. I think even if residential treatment were recommended, I think it would either be at a halfway house or in the community at this point.
All right.
So, all right. Okay, Mr. Nelson, what I will do today then is I'll accept your no contest pleas to allegations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and your admissions to allegations 6 and 7. I recommend your parole date of March 12th of 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process, so you know what to expect. I'll write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as Agent Bird's recommendation. The board members will review it and make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written copy of the order. It could take a couple of weeks for that order to work its way to you. If you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully the decision will be posted sometime next week, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
All right.
All right, anything from anybody?
Appreciate you guys.
Conclude the hearing. Good luck to you.
Yep. Thanks, Agent Bird. Thank you.
Today is the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Charles Gordon, offender number 198182. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Okonowiski. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Gordon, Agent Okonowiski, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gordon, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I have.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
I believe so.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. What we'd like to do after our conversation on Monday, what we decided to do is ask for a continuance for 30 days based on pending charges. He has a first appearance court on March 13th, and although he thinks it will be dismissed, we can't handle those today. So please enter denials, and then we'll seek a continuance for 30 days.
Is there any way to do the continuance for 14 days since we have
Yeah.
authority that this case is going to be dismissed? I mean,
Yeah.
this process.
So Mr. Gordon, like we discussed, this is just a paper review. Once it is officially dismissed, write the board a letter and let them know, and then they'll get you back on the calendar just as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So we can't get a paper review in 14 days?
No, they probably wouldn't do it until April 1st. They usually do those on the first day of the month, around the first day of the month.
Okay, can we set it for that then?
My recommendation will be for April. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Agent Olkowski, anything like that?
No, same.
And how bad am I killing your name? I know I do it every time.
No, it's good enough. I have a question though. Did the board notice? So I have a lot of phone calls from victims, allegedly victims of Mr. Gordon, and did they contact the board? Like, do you have any record of this, or they just contacted me? Because I don't know if I'm playing like an attorney over here.
I don't know if they've spoken with our victim coordinator, but let's see. I mean, it does look like we did receive some correspondence from a victim earlier in February, so. So we did receive that.
Those phone calls, and I'm trying to like refer them back to the board and to the lawyers.
Yep.
But I'm still getting them back, so I'm not sure like where is the lack of.
We do have a victim coordinator. Her name is Kim. You can refer them to her.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Gordon, what I'll do today then is I'll take denials as simply as a placeholder. I'll recommend a paper review in about 30 days. If, like Ms. Collier says, you resolve that case next week, write us a letter and we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as we can, okay?
Thank you.
All right, anything from anybody?
No, thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Joseph Chavez, offender number 214601. Mr. Chavez has authorized his attorney, Kate Conyers, to enter pleas on his behalf. We also have Agent Johnson here from APMP. Agent Johnson, let me just swear you in case you have any testimony. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So right now there's 5 allegations, but Mr. Chavez has 2 pending cases. Case number 251900182, domestic violence assault against peace officer, military, or subsequent 3rd-degree felony. DV assault, Class A misdemeanor, attached to allegation 1. Domestic violence in the presence of a child, Class A misdemeanor, attached to allegation 2. Interfering with peace officer, Class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 3. And intoxication, Class C misdemeanor, attached to allegation 4. There's a scheduling conference set for March 17th, 2025. The other case is case number 251900339, domestic violence assault with substantial bodily injury, 3rd-degree felony, and domestic violence in the presence of a child, Class A misdemeanor. There's a scheduling conference also set for March 17th, 2025. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. I did speak with Mr. Chavez on Monday, and he asked me to represent him on his behalf. We'd like to enter denials at this time and continue for 90 days while those charges are pending.
Okay. Agent Johnson, is there anything you want to add?
Nope, that's what I would recommend.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
And Melissa, in 10 minutes, we'll have another continuance, but that'll be on probably 4. And then
good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Hector CHACON, offender number 227838. Mr. Chacon has given his attorney, Kate Conyers authorization to represent him today. He currently has a pending case. It's case number 251900194, aggravated robbery, first degree felony attached to allegation 2, possession of a dangerous weapon by restricted, second degree felony attached to allegation 4, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance attached to allegation 5, and aggravated assault, third degree felony attached to allegation 3. Agent Sosa is here from APMP. Let me swear you in just in case you have any testimony. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Currently, we have 8 allegations. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chacon said on Monday that I could represent him. We'd like to enter denials at this time. His pending court case is set for March 20th. If we can continue this matter for 90 days.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Sosa, is there anything you want to add?
No, we're good with the continuance.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's conclude this hearing. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for ANSLE Miller, offender number 260299. Is that you, sir?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Sosa. Agent Sosa was sworn in for a previous hearing, so I just need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
I have.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Currently, you do have 3 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, we will waive formal reading of the allegations, and I don't believe we have any motions. What we'd like to do today is to admit all 3 of the allegations: the failure to report, not doing the substance abuse evaluation, and absconding.
Okay, thank you. Sir, based off of your admissions to allegations 1 through 3, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your June 25th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yes, thank you. What he's asking for is he's asking for credit for time served and then a termination. He is adamant that he will not do another parole, and he only is asking for termination. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Sosa, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, did the board and Ms. Connors not get the updated report?
Ooh, maybe not.
I don't have one either.
He
I have
has
one.
2
Oh, go
other
ahead.
allegations. They're minor new offenses. One's a Class C and the other one's an infraction, but they are new allegations on there.
Yeah,
Um,
I haven't received it.
I haven't either, and I just double checked my email.
Are the 2 others intoxication and disorderly conduct?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it is from a case that's of, that's not potential board jurisdiction.
Right. I just wanted to know if it wanted to be addressed here or not.
Okay, well, since I don't have a copy of the probable cause for those 2, I don't think it's fair to add those on at the end. I can note it in the board packet that my report I send over to the board. But I checked this morning, I didn't get an amended report as well.
Okay.
So,
That's fine. Like I said, they're just minor allegations, but I just wanted to make sure everyone knew they were there. And
yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, what is your recommendation, or do you have any comments?
APMP would be amendable to the
termination, but if not, he's good with doing 90 days and being released if he wants another opportunity at parole from us.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Miller, I have some questions for you. So in regards to the first allegation was failure to report. Looks like you were scheduled on August 15th and you failed to report then or anytime after. Why didn't you report?
I relapsed and didn't see any further to it.
Okay, what were you using?
Methamphetamines.
Okay. Okay, and then the next one is failure to complete substance abuse evaluation and any recommended treatment. It looks like you were enrolled at the TRC through APMP, but failed to attend. And so due to unexcused absences, you were removed from treatment. So why didn't you go to treatment?
Same reply as the first one.
Okay. And then for absconding, it was August 15th. They went to your residence of record and they had not seen you for several days. And so you absconded. So what's your response to the reason behind that?
As the last response, we'll support it.
Okay. Now, it looks like you do have September 8th, 2028 parole date. I'm sorry, expiration date.
Yes, ma'am.
This was your first parole attempt and you're requesting a termination. The board did add 131 days total time to your sentence. That was for the time that you were absconded. Why should the board give you a termination over another parole?
I don't have any idea for that. That's the board's decision.
Okay, so if the board were to choose to give you a parole date, you're going to refuse it, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then when you were on parole, were you working?
No.
Okay, do you plan on working when you get out?
For myself, yes.
Okay, what type of work do you do?
Hands-on.
What does that mean?
Build. Hands-on, build picnic tables, handiwork.
Okay. And then where do you plan on living?
I'm unsure, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be out of Utah.
Okay. And since you've been back in custody, have you worked with mental health at all?
I did for a short time.
Okay. And did it help? What's your mental health like right now?
I believe it's moderate.
Okay. And you said you worked with them for a short time, but you're not right now. Is that right?
I did at that time, yes.
Okay. Was that when you first came back?
To Arno, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And is there any thing going on physically that you'd like the board to be aware of that may sway their decision?
Physically, as a condition, or what do you mean?
Yeah. Any medical issues?
No, I believe I'm pretty healthy.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else that we haven't discussed here today that you would like me to put in a report?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that the board or the system takes control of our offenses in parole violation. When I say offenses, meaning due to my drug use,
Mm-hmm.
and I felt like it's wrong.
Okay. Anything else?
Besides the advantage of how the system takes, no,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so what will happen now, I'm going to take your comments, the recommendation from your attorney and also from APMP and submit it to the board. In the
Okay.
next 30 days, you should find out their decision and it will come to you in the inmate mail. Do you have any
Okay.
questions about that?
No, ma'am, you have a good day.
Hey, you too. Good luck to you. Let's
Okay,
conclude
bye.
this hearing. Thanks, Sosa. Is that it for you today?
That's it for me. Thank you.
Hearing for Heidi Rasmussen, offender number 76116. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Nielsen. So before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is truthful and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is what the board may use when they're coming to their decision. So currently, we have 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is she willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, she is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. As to the first one, we'll enter a no contest plea and then we'll admit on the second one.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, based off of your no contest plea to allegation 1 and your admission to 2, I am going to recommend the board revoke your November 7th, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. What we're asking for is we're asking for 90 days with credit for time served, which has been about 2.5 months. So she's hoping to be released in a couple of weeks. She would like to start a parole if given that opportunity at a halfway house for transition until she can get an address. And also looking into Orange Street if possible. She does have her same job waiting for her. That was at the restaurant supply company where she was working at the warehouse. She plans to do aftercare at Odyssey House. It sounds like she has been admitted and plans to attend classes at the LDS Ensign College program, where she plans to study business and life skills. So it sounds like she has a lot of support and a lot of great plans if given another opportunity of parole.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
So I can agree with Conyers' recommendation of the 90 days. The only thing I would probably say I would want different, I'd recommend differently, is that she have to complete the Orange Street program instead of just doing transition.
I agree. Okay, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right, thank you. Okay, ma'am, so I have some questions for you. So the first allegation was absconding. Looks like October 28th, you reported you didn't get a next check-in date. And then after that, APMP tried to contact you and there was no luck on that. And they attempted a field visit December 3rd and the other residents said you moved out 3 weeks prior. So tell me what.
Okay, so that was just actually a miscommunication between a new parole officer and Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson is actually the first parole officer I've actually had such a communication with. I sent text messages. I did not get the email that they said they sent with the new PO. Between working and trying to stay homeless, I was texting Mr. Nelson's number with where I was staying, what hotel I was staying at, what I was doing and stuff like that. And so, yeah, but I didn't feel like I absconded.
Okay, so during the 2 months that you were in the community, did you think you didn't have to check in at all?
No, actually I did go a couple times, but between the new job and everything, the hours of work and everything, and time flew quick.
And I am going to acknowledge you have a couple friends that came
Okay.
to support you. On behalf of the board, we'd like to thank you for coming. It's always good to see people from the community coming to support inmates during hearings. So thank you. All right, so allegation number 2 was failure to complete mental health substance abuse.
Yes, ma'am.
Your CAP was one of them.
Mhm.
The goals were to get a new assessment, and then they did not receive any proof
Yeah.
verifying you did that. Did you do that?
No, I missed the phone call. It was a phone interview and I missed the phone call. That was my bad.
Okay, did you try to,
Yes, they told me I had to wait 30 days before I can reschedule a new one.
Okay.
And, yeah, here I am.
okay,
I had actually missed 2 phone calls a day, and the second time it was 2 strikes, you're out kind of thing.
and who was that from?
I'm not sure. And also what was that through, substance,
It was
Yes.
probably assessment referral services, ARS.
yeah.
Okay, so if you do get another parole, how are you going to make sure that checking in and doing treatment is a priority?
It definitely is a priority now. Just do it.
Okay. Because I know you mentioned in regards to the being absconded, you were working and it didn't fit with your schedule, so.
I just kind of, yeah, I would text and then kind of go on my day and not even really think about it, and time flew by fast. I should have went in several times. In fact, my friends behind me told me that I should go check in, and I didn't.
Okay, and and you're going to go back to the same employer, right?
Yes.
And so will your work hours get in the way of this?
No, I mean, I can work from 6 to 2 or 6 to 4, and honestly, I could have made it into APMP. I just didn't do it.
Okay. So besides working, what were you doing while you were absconded?
Hmm?
What else were you doing while you were absconded? Was it just working or?
Yeah, just working and doing side jobs. I started a company and I was doing side jobs, hauling stuff and everything, but yeah.
Were you using during this time?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your drug of choice?
Methamphetamines. That's part of the reason why I didn't go into APMP probably.
Well, you would know.
Yes.
So is that one of the reasons?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, it looks like this is your 3rd of 5 paroles, overall paroles.
Yes.
Your expiration date changed because the board did add 12 days total time for the time that you were officially absconded. So your expiration is August 27th, 2037.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you think you could do this if the board does grant you a parole to make sure you're successful in checking in? I mean, you've been through this, so you know what's expected.
This time's kind of different for me. Actually, I have people that care. Never really had that before. And I'm not doing it alone this time, which is really important.
And you're not what this
Doing
time?
it alone.
Okay. Right. And who's your support in the community? Obviously, you have 2 people, right?
Yep.
Who else?
I also have my sober writers, and just AA and A.
And I know that APMP recommended you release to the Orange Street Women's Program. Is that something you're interested in doing?
The program, I learned a lot through it. Yes, I'd like to go there for transition, because I already talked to Gerald Lee over at Pivot Point about going there to the sober living in her program over there.
Okay, so what about Odyssey? Is it Odyssey or is it going to be Pivot Point? Which one?
I didn't know Odyssey took me. I didn't know they accepted me.
Oh, yeah. I'm just going off what your attorney recommended, so.
Oh, yeah.
So Pivot Point or Odyssey? Okay. And you just want that for aftercare?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah, Odyssey is my aftercare, yes.
Okay. So Odyssey, not
Yes.
Pivot.
The Pivot Point's a sober living.
Okay, got it. Okay, and if the board did end up ordering Orange Street, not for transition, but for actual treatment, would you participate in that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but you would prefer Odyssey and Pivot Point. So you have the same employer, and then sober living for address. So since you've been back, have you worked with mental health at all?
Yes, ma'am. I'm on meds. I got my meds regulated, and they adjusted them to where I'm more functioning. And, yeah,
So if you had to assess your mental health, what would you say? Is it good?
my mental health is actually better than it's been in the last 5 years.
Okay. All right, and do you have any physical issues that you want the board to be aware of?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Is there anything else that we haven't discussed that you want to tell me about?
No, I really, no, just, yeah.
Okay, so, when you were absconded, where were you living?
And I was living in my van and then, yeah, in hotels.
Okay. All right, so what's going to happen now is I'll take your pleas and submit them to the board along with the recommendation from your attorney and also from APMP. In the next and everything we discussed. In the next 30 days, you will find out what the board's decision is. It'll come in inmate mail. And at that time, if you do get a parole, you'll find out special conditions as well, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
Nothing.
All right, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
Just stay right there.
Stay seated, spin around in the chair and say a quick flow.
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jasmine Holiday, offender number 189850. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Nielsen. Agent Nielsen was actually sworn in for a previous hearing, so I just need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, on Monday, I think you met with Ms. Conyers, but Ms. Lazzaro's here representing you today. They work together. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, and everything in that blue packet is a copy of information that the board can refer to when making their decision. Currently, you do have 2 allegations, but I am going to take note of a case that it's actually associated with these allegations. It's case number 251700043, domestic violence, assault, class B misdemeanors associated with allegation 2, and property damage, destruction, class B misdemeanor was attached to allegation 1, but that charge was dismissed with prejudice. January 15th, 2025, you were sentenced to 20 days credit for time served in that case. Currently, we have those 2 allegations. Ms. Lazzaro, are there any motions? And is she willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Can you give me your name really quick?
Yes, this is Jasmine Holiday.
Okay, let me just find her. I will waive formal reading. Admit allegation 1. What was allegation 2?
1 was the dismissed property damage.
Oh, yeah.
And
So, yeah, dismiss 1, admit 2.
okay, thank you. Okay, ma'am, so based off of your new conviction and the admission allegation number 2, I am going to recommend the board revoke your April 23rd, 2024 parole date. APMP, I apologize. What do you want to do with allegation 1?
I'm fine with it being dismissed.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Lazzaro, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Sounds like on her last parole, she completed the women's program, then was successful in finding housing. And then this domestic violence issue came up. Sounds like one of the contributing factors was some medication she was on. Since then, she's gotten that issue fixed, working with her doctor and learned about the side effects. My recommendation is 90 days and another parole. She has an address with her mom in Taylorsville. She was at SLIC, but missed the spring semester due to her incarceration. Her plan is to return to Women in Trade Apprenticeship Program when it next begins, and return to work at the Comfort Inn.
Okay, thank you. APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
So due to this charge being an assault and Miss Jasmine having a history of assault in the past, there's just the concerns that there could be potential for a new pattern. So we actually are going to recommend 120 and then a chance at a new parole. I'm fine with her going to her mom's, but we feel like with the assault charge that we need to have a little more time outside of normal.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you. Okay, ma'am, so I have some questions for you. So what we have left is just the one allegation of domestic violence assault. Tell me what happened.
Honestly, I'd been unstable there for a few weeks. I'd been on too many medications. They weren't really mixing well with my mood stabilizer, which is like really helped me the last 5 years. I kind of just snapped. Like I was arguing, it was Christmas Eve. I was trying to like basically playing tug of war with the present and scratched my wife in the process. And then I broke the present. So that's kind of what happened. Like I just snapped. I wasn't well.
Okay, and when you said it's a mix of medication, were you using any drugs at this time, or is it just all?
I've been
medication?
sober almost 3 years. It was just that I was on too many medications, and it wasn't until I came here. Like I thought something was wrong with me out there, and I kept telling my doctors, and it's like a new medication, like one after another was prescribed to me. And it wasn't until I came here and worked with the provider that I found out like what the effects were really, like what was really happening to me. And since I've got off them, like I think so much more clearly. Everything is just like so different.
Okay. And then do you live with your wife?
I wasn't sure how that was going to work out. So I was going to go back to my mother's and then just work with APMP and see how we can come together again on that.
Okay, and let me get this straight. It is Miss Montoya, right?
No,
No.
not Miss Montoya. It's Brittany Gross.
Okay. I'm glad I asked then.
That's a whole nother situation.
Okay. All right, so it looks like this was your first parole, this commitment, second overall. You have expiration date of April 16th, 2037. So with Miss Groves, are you still married?
Yeah.
Okay, do you plan on staying together?
Yes.
Okay.
She's the biggest support I have. And then can I ask a question? APMP said that I have a history of assault, and I'm just a little confused. Like, what assault are you referring to? So I'm not a violent person.
So you had a assault by prisoner in
Okay.
2013.
So that's the only one you're looking at.
Yes.
Okay. That was a really long time ago.
Okay, let's see. So before, on this last parole, you completed the women's program, then you went to field supervision in West Valley, and then this new case happened about a month later. So were you struggling with your medication this entire parole?
Honestly, like for months, I was struggling at Orange Street because I was in the Cooks program. So I completed that and Orange Street program. I was struggling for months. Honestly, like all of a sudden I felt like half of my brain wasn't working and I didn't understand why. And it kept getting worse. And like, there's just certain things happening and I kind of kept that a secret. Just trying to do everything I was supposed to do until like it was noticeable. And it was noticeable to some of the shift leaders before I left. But and because I was honest with them, I was struggling, but they knew that I was going to get a psych evaluation. They knew that that I was trying to work with my doctors and get into a different one and figure it out. So it'd been a while, but then it just got worse right there towards the end. Right
Okay.
when I got out. It's
So,
just unfortunate.
you were, after Orange Street, to enroll in, aftercare, Fit to Recover, 12-step, and peer support. Did you do any of that? I know it was a short time.
No, I really didn't have a chance to actually get into FTR. It's something I was planning on doing. I couldn't do it while I was at Orange Street. I tried. But that's still part of my plan when I get out.
Okay, and if you start struggling with your mental health, if you're released, what would your plan be to make sure that you don't end up back here?
It's just to call my doctors right away. I have a new family practice I'm going to.
Okay.
And I feel like the one I was going to before wasn't really, I don't trust them, those doctors. I feel like they just would give you whatever to like, cover your problems. I don't really know how to explain it, but found a different one. I'm gonna go. That's all I can do is just be, not keep it a secret, you know,
Yeah.
I just didn't want anything to hold me back in Orange Street. So I was like, okay, I don't want them to know like I'm having these problems. I want to just get out of here, do what I'm supposed to. So it wouldn't be hard now just to talk about it. And I feel so much better now.
Oh, good. Okay.
And I was in school, like I was doing everything I was supposed to, gonna start women in trades, the pre-apprenticeship, and then this just happened.
But your attorney said you're planning on going back to that, right?
Yes.
Is that out of Slick?
So I've been in Slick for almost 2 years. I just finished fall semester right before this happened. So yes, I'm gonna continue that. And then the women in trades, which is like twice a week for 12 weeks.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I do both. And then I work.
And where was it again? I know. Oh, the Comfort Inn. That's right.
And I still have my job there.
Okay. Okay, and then Taylorsville with your mom, right?
Yeah.
And it sounds like the medication, they've got it worked out for you, so.
I was really struggling there for a minute.
Okay. Now, I know you're busy because you have Slick and a job. Do you think it's going to be an issue checking in with APMP,
No.
doing what's required?
No, not
on
at
your
all.
parole?
So I filled out this, something for my case manager, and like that's one of my 5 top goals is like to consistently check in with APMP, but that's not a problem. I like to stay busy out there. I'm very responsible now and just dedicated to my goals, and so it's not a problem.
Okay. And then, is there any physical issues that you want the board to be aware of?
No.
Okay. Any questions? Anything else that you want to tell me?
I know.
All right. So here's what will happen. I'll take the recommendation from Ms. Lazaro and then also the recommendation from APMP and everything we discussed. I'll submit it to the board. In the next 30 days, you'll find out their decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail. And if they've granted you another parole, it will also include any special conditions. Okay?
All right.
All right. So at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Sky, I haven't seen you for a minute. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Trinity Montoya, offender number 210821. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Tevin, but before we start, I am going to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is going to be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, on Monday, did you meet with Ms. Conyers, your attorney?
Yes. I did.
Okay, so Ms. Lazaro works with Ms. Conyers. She's filling in for her today. Okay?
Okay.
Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Currently, we do have 4 allegations, but before we start, I do want to note a case here. So it's case number 2419-14088, possession of a controlled substance, Class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 2. Possession of a controlled substance, marijuana spice, Class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation number 3. That one was dismissed with prejudice. Use or possession drug paraphernalia, class B misdemeanor was attached to allegation 4, was dismissed with prejudice. You received credit for time served and case closed. Then we have case number 2417025558. Disorderly conduct, class B misdemeanor was amended to a class C. That's attached to allegation number 1 on February 5th, 2025. You received credit for time served, case closed. So currently we do have those 4 allegations. Ms. Lazaro, are there any motions? And is she willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, I'll waive formal reading. Allegation 1 is the one that was dismissed, I believe. Well, I guess or maybe we need to amend it to a disorderly conduct to match the conviction. That's probably
Okay.
the best way to handle it. Amend it to disorderly conduct to match the conviction, enter an admission to that. An admission to 2, allegation 3 was dismissed for plea, and so was 4. So I'd enter denials and request to dismiss 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you. Miss Agent Tevin, are you okay with amending allegation number 1 to match the conviction?
So number 1, I'm okay with. So this was not a DV charge. She was not living with the individual. She was not the girlfriend of the individual. So it was just a class B, a class C now, for assault, disorderly conduct. That one I'm going with, and also in the case ending in 4088, possession of a controlled substance where she pled guilty to a class B, I'll go. Charge 2 and 3 are fine with me dismissing under 4088.
Okay, so not 3 and 4, but 2 and 3?
Yes.
Did I get them wrong?
I got them wrong too. Hold on.
Okay, if we need to swap out the possession to a different one, and Shannon, you said have her plead to 3.
So in case ending the 2558, the disorderly conduct that was originally a class B amended to a class C, where she pled guilty, I want that one a class C just because it kind of shows a pattern of behavior and it's against another individual. And then in the case ending 4088, the charge 1, possession of a controlled substance, 201 analog class B misdemeanor where she pled guilty. Keep that one, get rid of the possession of a controlled substance, marijuana spice. That was dismissed. Also dismissed was use or possession of drug paraphernalia.
Okay, so
you got that?
Yeah. So 1 and 2 are admissions as amended for number 1, and 3 and 4 dismissed.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ms. Montoya, based off of the new conviction and your admissions to allegations 1 and 2, number 1 as amended to disorderly conduct, I'm going to recommend the board revoke your June 28th, 2022 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'm sorry, Ms. Lazaro, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. Our recommendation is 90 days on a parole. She was planning on or supposed to start a school for auto mechanics, so she's trying to try to get back into that program as soon as possible. She has an address to parole to, and I believe she completed 7th Street previously, and then we'll just plan to do IOP if that's the recommendation. And she's currently employed with an auction place. And it sounds like she's got some really good things set up for her once she gets out. So I think, based on the charge being amended to a disorderly conduct and not being a domestic violence, and kind of what she has looking forward to, another parole would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Agent Tevin, I'll turn it over to you.
So Trinity actually did really well on parole. She reported as directed. She was seen at her residence. She was then living with her, is it your wife now?
Yes.
Okay, her wife Samantha. However, I'm a little concerned because it looks like she started using there at the end. And so that raises red flags because she did so well during 7th Street and she never had any violations during 7th Street. She does really well when she's in a structured treatment environment. I would recommend probably the 90 days and then with the release to Orange Street to transition back into the community, let her get that job set up. I don't know what auction job she is. I know she was working, I believe at Harper Ready Mix. Yeah, Ready Harper Mix, sorry, as a mechanic. I don't know what this other job pertains to, but as soon as she can get employment, get into IOP, wherever that may be, then I would recommend she just transition and go back into the community and she can, I don't have a problem with her living with her wife. There was never any incidents in that home. So I don't have a problem with that. I just want her to get set up so she's not a burden. I don't know, on her wife or on the home front when she gets out. She'll have all this stuff aligned so that she's got her job, she's in treatment. Okay, let's go.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's look at these allegations, Ms. Montoya. So we're down to 2. The first one is the disorderly conduct conviction. What happened?
I was asked to go change locks for a friend that was out of town due to other relationship issues that they were having. And I made the mistake of getting involved and responding and going to change the locks in a situation that I didn't really understand everything. And then, yeah, so.
Okay, so you shouldn't have got involved. So did someone show up and then that resulted in this disorderly conduct, or was it just based off of you changing the locks?
It was based off of me changing the locks to a home, almost locking out somebody who lived in the home.
Okay. Okay, so was this person that you went to help, were they also on parole at this time, during this time?
Not the friend that asked me to go change the locks. She's not on parole, but her girlfriend was.
Okay. And then let's look at allegation 2 was the possession. So what happened?
My Adderall, I was on Adderall. My medication ran out and I was in possession of drug paraphernalia and drugs inside the paraphernalia.
Okay, and what drugs was it?
It was methamphetamines.
Okay. And it looks like that happened in October. You had been on parole for quite a while.
Yes.
Since 2022. So when did this issue with the Adderall running out and then the possession of methamphetamine, was that something brand new at that point or were you using before?
No, it was at that point. My Adderall ran out and I wasn't able to get it for a few days. And so then I did possess, I did get in possession of it. And then, but that was the day that I got caught. And then I did get clean after that. When I did get arrested, I was clean.
Okay. All right, so it looks like this parole, you did have 5 RIM violations for drug use. But like APMP said, it looked like you did really great up until that end part. You did complete 7th Street and IOP, and then according to the report, you relapsed, and then you started at least signed up to start going to Valley Mental Health for treatment there. You started school at Slick. Did you start at Slick? I have on here that you signed up to start January 13th. Is that right?
Yeah, I got arrested on the 3rd of January and was supposed to start school the 13th.
Okay. And then this parole, you did get your first aid, CPR, and AED certifications. Is that right?
Yes, and I'm drug overdose prevention certified.
Okay. Okay, so this is your second overall parole. You expire in 2029. So it looks like you do have sober time. And so you know what's expected and what you need to do to stay sober. So although that you're able to do that, there was some time in here during this parole while that you were using. So what do you think if the board released you again? What can you do to remain sober?
So I'm an advocate on getting women into treatment. I'm big. So I've been talking to 7th Street before I got incarcerated and since I've been incarcerated to get back into IOP because I feel like my biggest issue was I started focusing more on employment and started getting overwhelmed with trying to fill my whole day of working. And I feel like my problem is that I wasn't taking time to self-care or focus on my sobriety. And so I realized that, and I want to, I'll be going to school full time and doing IOP at night. So hopefully that's a healthy balance between living life and my sobriety.
Okay. And then I do know, like from this conviction, I was just gonna remind you that any type of association with other parolees has to be pre-approved through APMP. So I just be careful with that. And so tell me about your job that you plan on going back to.
My wife's friend, she has an auction company. It's a home business. Her husband also does concrete. But while I'm going to school full time, it's a little hard to find an employment and that will work with my IOP and my school. And this auction company, her auction business that she does at home is really, it's more about whenever I have my time to put into it. So, it's more, she's somebody who's willing to work with me on my hours and understands my flexibility of my schedule.
Okay. And then you're going back to Slick. Let's see. So since you've been back in custody, have you worked with mental health at all?
Yes, I'm actually currently being seen by mental health in Wasatch County.
And if you had to gauge your mental health, how are you doing?
I feel amazing. I feel like this was something that I see more of in a positive manner. It was more of like a reset, something for me to get back on track. Because I did feel like everything was getting overwhelmed. So I do feel a lot better.
Okay, good. Now, you do have a lot of plans. So what do you think you can do not to get overwhelmed again? Because school and work and APMP and treatment, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So what's your plan for that if you start noticing that you're starting to slip a little bit?
Well, as my parole officer continues to remind me, association is everything. So I refuse to continue to associate with others. And really, I'm working on a 1969 Ford Falcon right now at home with my wife's husband or my wife's grandpa. And I feel like that's something that I'm going to be able to focus on and, even out my time on hobby and learning for school. So.
Okay. And do you have any physical issues that you want the board to be aware of?
No.
Okay. And then I I saw that in the system, you're listed as an active gang member in good standing as of October 28th of 24. I just wanted to verify what your gang status is.
I don't feel like I'm active.
Okay. And then I'm going to go back to what you said your agent tells you. In regards to association, do you plan on associating when you're on the street?
No. Not at all.
Now, is there anything else that we haven't discussed that you'd like me to include in the report to the board?
I have a really amazing support system. My wife and her family, I know that it doesn't seem that way on paper, that it doesn't seem like I was doing obviously everything that I was supposed to be doing, but my wife's her grandpa is one of my biggest fans. He's my biggest support, and I just really want to get back home to him because I help a lot around the house. He's elderly. Her mom just had surgery, and so I would like to get back to my life.
Okay. All right, so I'll be sure to include that. Also the recommendation from your attorney and APMP's recommendation, everything we discussed here today. In the next 30 days, you'll find out from the board what their decision is. If they do grant you another parole, pay attention to the paperwork because it will also discuss any special conditions. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
So the recommendation is 90 days.
Well, let's see. So your attorney recommended 90 days with parole, and then APMP recommended just release to Orange Street.
Okay.
So we'll see what the board decides, and you'll get that in inmate mail in about a month, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, I wish you luck. Let's
Thank you.
conclude this hearing. Thank you. Wait, do we have APMP here? Agent Groves, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you able to turn on your camera?
I've got the camera turned on.
Oh.
It's still says unverified.
Yeah, hey, Groves, you got something in front of your camera. If you're on a laptop, there's usually a little slider. Just slide that.
No slide.
Sometimes it's hard to see. You just barely notice.
Okay, hold on. Oh, there we go.
There you are.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay, I apologize.
All right, let's
I
go
was
to the
excited.
record. Okay, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Luis Cristobal, offender number 187582. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Partisan Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Groves, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, let's swear you in, Agent Groves. Do you swear that the testimony you're going to give today is truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One moment. Okay, so on Monday, did you meet with Ms. Conyers, your attorney? Okay, Ms. Lazaro is here today to represent you. They work together. She's been briefed on everything you discussed today, okay?
Okay,
Give you a chance to speak, all right? Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I did.
All right. So currently, you have 6 allegations, but before we start, I am going to review a couple pending cases. The first one is case number 251400144, unlawful acquire, possession, transfer, financial card, 3rd-degree felony. It is attached to allegation 1 on the warrant. Unlawful acquisition, acquire, possession, transfer, financial card, 3rd-degree felony. Failed to stop at command of law enforcement, Class A misdemeanor, attached to allegation 3. Failure to disclose identity, Class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 4. Use or possession, drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 2. Attempted burglary of a vehicle, Class B misdemeanor. You have a preliminary hearing set for March 27th, 2025. The other case is case number 251400174, theft from the person of another, 2nd-degree felony. Assault by prisoner ×3, those are attached to allegations 5 and 6, 3rd-degree felony, and then interfering with peace officer, Class B misdemeanor. You have a preliminary hearing set for March 13th, 2025 on that. So like I said, there's 6 allegations. Ms. Lazaro, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, I'll waive formal reading, enter denials to the allegations, and just request a continuance until that case gets resolved.
Okay. APMP, is there anything that you want to add?
Not at this time. We'll return after the continuance.
Okay. All right, sir. Now I know you wanted to say something. What was it?
Yeah, I just got my discovery yesterday, so I would have turned this in to you guys earlier. And it's just, one is the public safety assessment report, you know, which I was awarded. And then the other is the statement of the night I got arrested, you know, and it just describes me getting into my car or my fiance's car.
Okay, but you're talking to me about pending cases, and that information can be used against you in court when you go to court on those charges.
Hey, but that's
So I don't think that that's the right, I'm trying to protect you because it can be used against you in court.
yeah. I just know like things that could be resolved, you know, and it could take forever for the courts, you know.
But
And-
because these cases are a potential board jurisdiction, the board is not going to grant a release until they're adjudicated in court. So I can take whatever you'd like, but at this point, the board is going to continue this until the charges are done.
All right, all right. There's nothing I could do then?
At this point, the board, just because of the level of charges, these felonies, they're a potential board jurisdiction. So they want to see what the outcome is before they consider you for release.
All right, all right.
Okay, so before we wrap this up, I do want to acknowledge you have family here.
Yeah.
And on behalf of the board, I would like to thank you all for coming today. It's always helpful to see family here, and I'll be sure to include you in this report that you were here. But we'll give you a few minutes to visit with them. But at this point, I'm going to go back to the board, let them know about these 2 pending cases, the recommendation from APMP and your attorney, and we'll most likely just wait and see what the outcome is of those. Now, one thing I do want to ask from you is when these cases are done in court, please send us a letter. We track it, but you'll be there. So if charges are dismissed or if you're sentenced, you're the first one to find out. So let us know, and then we can get you back on and pick up where we left off here today as soon as possible, okay?
So I won't have to wait like months and if it gets dismissed and then I have to
Well,
wait.
once we're notified, then we can put you right back on and pick up
All
where we
right,
left off here today, okay?
all right.
All right, so at this time, I'm going to conclude the hearing and just stay in your seat. And I wish you luck in court. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Corey Church. Offender number 234721. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Johnson. Agent Johnson was sworn in for a previous hearing, so I just need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on Monday, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Ms. Lazaro is here today to represent you. They work in the same office, so she's been briefed on everything you discussed with Ms. Conyers. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, so currently you do have 4 allegations. Ms. Lazaro, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, I'll waive formal reading and enter admissions to allegations 1 through 4.
Okay, sir, based off of your admissions to the allegations, I am going to recommend the board revoke your July 25th, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time. Ms. Lazaro, I'll turn the time over to
Sing
you.
everybody up. My recommendation is another parole with credit for time served. Sounds like his grandmother passed away and he ultimately ended up relapsing, somewhat triggered, it sounds like, by that event. His plan is to live at home. His dad is currently has cancer, and it sounds like he's been assisting him. Plans to get a full-time job. Looks like All Trades, which is a temp agency. And then I think maybe he was in the PADAR program, or at least he plans to enroll in it, and then eventually do some voc rehab training.
Okay, thank you. Agent Johnson, I'll turn it over to you.
I'm good to go.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Little feedback here.
It's hard.
Okay, so I agree with everything. He needs a new parole. Corey has the ability to be successful. He does really well as long as he stays sober. The one thing that I would like to have the board consider is MAT. If he can get onto, I believe, is the Sublocade shot. Is that correct, Corey?
Yes.
Yeah, Sublocade. He does fantastic, and he stays very compliant with APP, maintains employment, does everything he needs to. I agree that he does need to get back to his parents. His dad does need some help. I've spoken with them, and like I say, I think Corey has the ability to succeed, so that's what I would recommend.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Church, I have some questions for you. So in regards to allegation 1, it was for absconding parole and not checking in. What happened?
I was just going through it, because my grandma passed, but there's no excuse. I take all accountability. I just started using it. I shouldn't have done.
So when your grandma passed away, did you relapse?
Yeah, I did.
And what's your drug of choice?
It's fentanyl.
And were you sober before that?
Yes, I was. I was at the halfway house. And I had an 18 clean drug test before I relapsed.
Okay. Okay, so number 2 is in regards to your residence. You weren't staying there, but at your girlfriend's house. Why did you report or ask for a new address from APMP to just move to your girlfriend's residence?
So I probably would have, but I was still, I was just all over the place. I wasn't even really in one spot. I was just all over the place. I probably should have, but I don't know. I'm not going to go back there or anything.
Okay, and then number three is in regards to fees. You owe a total of $1,509. If you're released, do you plan on making payments towards that?
Absolutely, as soon as possible. I'll start making payments on that, just to get it out of the way. I just did my taxes in here, so maybe, I don't know if I'll get anything back, because I don't child support, but if I get anything back, I'll put some towards that for sure.
Okay, and then the last one was absconding. We kind of discussed that. So according to APP, it looks like if you're sober, you do really well. So if the board releases you on a third parole, how do you plan on staying sober if things start getting tough again?
So I just gotta stay on this double-locate shot, like I said, when I'm on it, I'm really good. I can do really good, but I guess just stay on that, because I stopped taking that, and everything else, and it just went on a downward spiral. And when I'm on it, I'm really good. I just need to stay on it and keep going to the way that prescribed it to me once more.
Now, were you going to treatment through Changes Counseling?
So I started to, but I just, I didn't follow through with it though. It was just an outpatient.
So you say you started it. How long were you going?
Just 1 or 2 classes.
Okay. Now, do you plan on going back there or somewhere else?
I could go back there.
Okay, so when I was looking at your history, your last parole ended with another absconding. And then you were arrested at your residence of record after attempting to flee. So, why should the board grant you another release?
Yeah, so this last time I was really I wasn't planning on any of this happening. I was planning on actually getting off and doing the right thing and staying off. I just ran into some problems that I shouldn't have did what I did, but I'm just getting too old for it, and my family is sick. My mom went septic in the hospital too. She has a COPD. She's doing pretty bad too. She got pneumonia. She's doing all right now. But I'm just getting too old for this, and I need to get my life together and get a job and help them out. And
okay,
the last time for that to happen, it's just I should have been smarter about it.
and I missed that. Is it your mother you were telling me about?
Yeah, that's when my mother, father has cancer also. They just told me my health and not really.
Okay, now your attorney said that you're planning on getting work through all trades upon release. What kind of work do you do?
So I'm a welder, but I do anything that they need help with, so they can usually get me on right away, whatever they need, just to start out, and I'll just be looking for work. Meanwhile, I'm just getting a better job if I can.
Okay, and you want to continue with voc rehab?
Yes, I haven't really started with them. I started with Pater, but I can go back to Pater. I haven't done anything with them yet, so I can still do them both. I just plan on taking it down to both.
Okay, and then you're planning on living with your father?
Sorry, what was that?
You plan on living with your dad?
Correct.
And what city is that in?
West Jordan.
Okay, since you've been back in custody, have you reached out to mental health at all?
I haven't.
Okay, what do you think your mental health is like right now?
It's good. Everything's still good. So.
Okay, I do want to let you know, because of the absconding, the board did add 62 days toll time, which changed your expiration date to December 10th of 2033. Do you have any physical issues going on with you that you want the board to be aware of?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then I noticed that there was a disciplinary for interfering with an investigation. It looks like you haven't met with anyone on that yet. I don't want you to say anything because you'll incriminate yourself, but I am noting that that will be in my report to the board, okay?
Okay.
Now, is there anything that you want to add, or do you have any questions for me?
No, I think we covered everything pretty much. I just, if you can bring me out, I'll make this happen this time, for sure.
Okay, so what's going to happen is I will take the recommendation from Ms. Lazaro, submit it to the board along with the recommendation from Agent Johnson, along with everything we've discussed here today. In the next 30 days, you'll find out from the board their decision. I will include that you're requesting MAT as a condition. And if you do get a release, you'll also receive information about your special conditions. Do you have any questions about that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, and sorry, wish you luck. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too. See you, Drew.
See you, Corey. Good luck.
Thank you.
This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Aaron Roy McMillian, offender number 224-765. Is that you, sir? Yes, sir. All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Partisan Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Thank you.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Sky Lazaro, Agent Brady McDonald from MP on video. Can you see them both?
I do.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent McDonald, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. McMillian, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with your attorney on Monday?
I did, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is just an FYI, Sky, is that Mr. McMillian does have a pending case. It's case number 251100035 for providing a peace officer false personal info. It's a Class C misdemeanor. It looks like this occurred on the date of his arrest.
Doesn't
The court issued
correspond to any of the
No, it
allegations.
doesn't. That's why I said it was just FYI.
Okay.
The court did issue a warrant because he failed to appear. I'm assuming they didn't know he was in prison. I did email UDC to see if they could get him a court date scheduled.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So with that, yeah, it's not attached to any allegations. APMP has 3 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, I'll waive formal reading and admissions to all 3. I think that other one being a Class C, my hope would be maybe he can get that resolved before he gets out or resolve it on the street once he is.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not resolved, and as of right now, there is a warrant, so just he needs to be aware of that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. McMillian, Ms. Lazaro has indicated you'd be willing to admit to all 3 allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, who would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept your admissions to the allegations. Recommend the board revoke your January 30th, 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Sky.
Thank you. My recommendation is 90 days and another parole to halfway house and IOP program. He also plans on either returning to school. He'd been taking classes, I believe, prior to his arrest, and was working, has been working on a thinking errors class while he's been in custody. Plans to engage in some vocational training on release. And I think his ultimate goal is to become either a personal trainer, is to work towards being like a fitness trainer. But he does have work at JNC Construction. That's a company that his brother-in-law owns, and I believe has been pretty supportive of him, you know, just in general. And then also sounds like he would like to do the Fit to Recover program as well. So I think he's, you know, willing to put in the work. On this next parole, I think going out to the halfway house will help provide some of that stability until he can transition after he makes some money.
Okay. Thank you. Agent McDonald, what's your recommendation?
So I 100% agree with that recommendation. I had Aaron for about 10 months, and when he was in that structured environment, he did excellent. Very easy to supervise. His attitude with all that was always really good. It was just once he stepped out of that environment of that structure, we went in a kind of a downward spiral. So being able to parole to something that's stable like that, and he struggled with employment last parole. If he's already got that set up, that was something him and I had discussed a lot. I do hope that is something that is there, because he would really benefit from that. But I completely agree with those recommendations.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APP. Tell me what happened on this parole.
On this parole, there's just been some things I haven't dealt with here in my, with my therapy, stuff like that. Issues that I haven't really fully, I wasn't aware of at the time. And since I've been down, I've had some time to reflect, you know, and kind of figure out some things about myself and how my mindset works and ways to like combat that. It was a dumb mistake on my part to leave on the circumstances that I did. And I realized that.
Okay. I mean, I agree with you. It was a dumb mistake, right? You looking at your RIM history, you struggled with some substance use. APP tried to work with you with PVP, and then you just kind of walked away.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not blaming anyone but myself and my choices. I was in some toxic relationships, and of course, I made those decisions to leave upon what was going on in those relationships. I have since cut out ties from those relationships, and working on myself. I'm just gonna try to stay single for a while.
Back in black, huh? Good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're working on yourself. Right. I've said it numerous times that now's the time for you to be selfish.
Yes.
Right. You got to work on yourself before you work on others.
That's basically what I'm saying. Is I have it was brought to my attention by my ex-wife. About people.
Okay.
That I have a heroes complex. So in that in turn, yeah. So
okay.
That's something. Yeah.
Do you have children with her?
I do. I have 3.
Okay. I mean, that makes it a little bit more difficult to cut that relationship, but it sounds like you should probably set some healthy boundaries with her. Okay. Tell me what controlled substances you used on this, Pearl.
It's methamphetamine.
Meth, okay. How often were you using?
Once I had left the halfway house, it was consistent. It was a daily thing.
Okay. Okay. How's your mental health?
My mental health is fine, I believe.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
I have not.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
I do not.
How's your physical health?
I think my physical health is pretty good.
Is there anything that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Are you doing any programming right now in Beaver County?
I am not. I'm attending a high school right now here.
Okay. Good. Okay. You want to go back to a halfway house?
I do. I believe I can do it this time, and I do believe that's where I will be. I will succeed the best. I think that'd be the best for me.
All right. What were you going to school for?
I'm sorry?
What were you going to school for when you were out on parole?
Oh, I wasn't going to school when I was out.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I've been attending high school here.
Just there. All right. And you could find employment with your brother in construction?
Yes, it's already lined up.
Okay. And you want to be a fitness trainer?
I do.
Okay. Ms. Lazaro recommended vocational training. Are you willing, like that's one of the conditions the board could order. It's called voc rehab.
Right.
Are you willing to, if they order it and it's appropriate, to participate in that?
Absolutely. I think rehab is a great program. And yeah, I think that'd be a great help to me.
All right. Good. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, I think you guys got it all covered.
Okay. All right, Mr. McNeely. And here's what will happen going forward. Is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's good seeing you, Brady.
See you, Aaron.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jesse Paul Bozek, offender number 242223. He is not present for this hearing. It looks like he was transported from Beaver County down to Washington County Jail today. With us, we do have his attorney, Ms. Sky Lazaro, and Agent Justin Shalin from APMP. Mr. Bozek does have a couple pending cases. They are scheduled, looks like case number 251500012 is scheduled for a preliminary waiver tomorrow. And then case number 241502161 is scheduled for an initial appearance tomorrow. So given all that information, Sky, do you wait for more reading?
Yes, I do. And he met with Kate on, just for benefit of the record, he met with Kate on Monday and authorized her to enter denials and request this continuance until those pending cases are resolved. She has a note of 30 days. I think we're probably better to, I mean, I guess you can set it, flag it to look at it in 30, but my guess is it's closer, best case, you're looking at 60 or 90.
Okay.
So
I'll enter
for what it's
denials to all the allegations on his behalf. We'll schedule a PV paper review probably in 60 days.
That's fine.
With that, we'll conclude this hearing.
Thanks. And then Justin, I'm sure you will, but if you'll just.
Excuse me. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Marissa Ann Schmidt, offender number 239389. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Sky Lazaro, and Agent Jared Rose from APMP on video. Can you see them?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Rose this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please.
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You can put your hand down. Ms. Schmidt, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yeah.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
And did you have a chance to speak with your attorney on Monday?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like Ms. Reynolds just showed up, correct? All right, how you doing? Good. All right, so Sky, Ms. Schmidt does have a pending case. It's case number 251000006 for providing peace officer false personal info. Excuse me, it's a Class C misdemeanor. The court did issue a warrant because she failed to appear because she was incarcerated. I also emailed UDC to see if we can't get a court date. Also in the court docket, it noted that your boyfriend notified the court that you were in prison.
Okay.
So they know you're here. Okay. With that, Sky, do you waive formal reading and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, I'll waive formal reading. Enter an admission to allegation 1, no contest to 2, 3, 4, 5. If we can amend 6 to a technical, I know that's with regard to the Class C misdemeanor that was filed. If we can do it as a technical, I can enter no contest plea and we can get it resolved, and then whatever happens with the court, she can deal with, but we can at least address the issue here.
Okay. Are you okay with amending allegation 6 to a technical violation, Jared?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, a misdemeanor C is not gonna really affect her parole or anything.
Okay, perfect. All right, Ms. Schmidt, Ms. Lazaro has indicated you'd be willing to admit to allegation 1 and then plead no contest allegations 2 through 6, with number 6 being amended to a technical violation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these pleas today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this? Okay, thank you. I'll accept those pleas. Recommend the board revoke your March 12th, 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Sky.
Thank you. Just kind of by way of explanation, it sounds like her boyfriend was planning on helping her pay for the treatment and then that fell apart. She then relapsed, failed to check in, and we ended up where we are right now. Recommendation from Kate after speaking with her is 90 days and another parole. She can live at home in Cache County so long as that's an approved residence by APNP. She is currently pregnant, it sounds like, and her parents are very supportive of that. And then her plan is to do Golden Steps recovery and SOTP, and then, you know, get a job. I think she's planning on something in the service industry.
All right. Thank you. Agent Rose, what's your recommendation?
Well, with her history and with the relapse and all that, the recommendation is, I mean, I'm good with it, but I would probably say either an inpatient or a CCC, Community Correctional Center, to get her established, get her going in that treatment. She doesn't have the greatest history of going to some of the other treatments that have been outpatient. And I feel like a inpatient or a community correction center to get her through that treatment and then get her out on the streets, I think would put her in a better position to succeed.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Schmidt, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. Tell me what happened on this parole.
Sorry, what?
Tell me what happened on this parole.
Oh, on this parole, sorry, I didn't hear the last part. I ended up relapsing. I was gonna go into a rehab, but my boyfriend, I thought he was gonna pay for it, and he never paid for it, and it fell through. So I ended up getting warrants, and I just didn't check in. And
Why didn't you check in?
I don't know, I was scared to go back to prison.
You want to know the best way to come back to prison?
Not check in?
Not checking in. Right? Everything else the board, AP&P can work with, including a relapse. Right? We all understand that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We can work with that. What we cannot work with is you not checking in. Okay? It's I think rule number one. If we don't know where you're at and what you're doing, then make sure you come to prison so we know where you're at and what you're doing.
Right.
Okay? What did you relapse on?
Amphetamines?
Okay. How often were you using?
Every day.
How much were you using?
I don't know.
Okay. That's okay. Did you know you were pregnant at the time you relapsed?
No, I didn't find out I was pregnant until I got to the prison.
Okay. Okay. How's your mental health?
It's okay. I just started new medication, so I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health?
Yeah, I have bipolar disorder.
What medication are you on?
They're starting me on lithium.
When did you start that?
Start tomorrow.
Oh, you start it tomorrow. Okay. Have you ever taken lithium?
No.
Okay. Here's my advice to you. With all mental health medications, it's going to take some time for you to start feeling the effect.
Right.
Okay. Probably up to 2 months. Don't expect it to start working tomorrow. It's not going to.
Okay.
Okay. Make sure you drink a lot of water with lithium too. Okay. I was on it at one point in time and it dehydrates you very, very quickly. So make sure you drink a lot of water. Also with that, and with you being pregnant, make sure if anything feels weird, you let somebody know.
Okay.
Okay. How far along are you?
I'm about 15 weeks.
Okay. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?
No.
Okay. When's your due date?
August 23rd.
Okay. Everything's healthy with the baby right now?
Yeah.
Good. I hope so. And it stays that way. Okay. Obviously, you know, and I'm going to give you this lecture that if you are pregnant, obviously meth is not very good.
Yeah, no, I understand.
All right. Neither is any other non-prescribed drug. Okay. Like I said, the board understands relapses. I understand relapses. What I do not understand is using meth or any other controlled substance while you're pregnant.
I didn't know I was pregnant at the time.
I know that's just okay. I understand that. If you do feel that you need to relapse or you feel like you're going to be needing drugs, please contact your agent, contact your parents, contact anybody in the community. And I'm 99% certain that Miss Reynolds would be like, contact me as well. Okay.
Okay.
There are plenty of resources available for you to use. Use them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are you doing any treatment right now?
I'm just in the pregnancy section right now.
Okay. So are you reading books?
Yeah.
Is this your first child?
I read a lot. It's my second child.
Okay. All right. Okay. No disciplinary violations?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. You want to go back to Cache County if it's approved?
Yes, I would prefer to go back to Cache County. I have a hard time at Orange Street, so.
Okay.
And I know other inpatient take sex offenders, so.
There are very few of them. Yeah, we understand it's difficult as well for inpatient. I'm also certain that that might be one of the reasons why Agent Rose recommended Orange Street.
Yeah.
Okay. Plan on living with your parents?
Yeah, hopefully with the baby's dad eventually, but he has to find a place to live and he just got a job, so.
Okay. Now you call them baby's dad. Is that still your boyfriend?
Yeah, my boyfriend, yeah.
Okay, and employment. Ms. Lazaro said the service industry.
Yeah, yeah, or I was thinking West Liberty Foods because my brother-in-law works there, so
Okay. What do they do there?
it's a Tremont factory job.
Oh, okay. 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 And for Ms. Reynolds, I did receive a copy of your email that you sent to the board, and I've noted that. I was actually expecting a report from you, but I think you're slacking a little bit. I didn't get the attachment. I'm gonna yell at Brett then. Okay. He only forwarded me the email. I'll make sure we get it. Okay. Golden Steps Recovery?
Yeah.
SOTP?
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I take full accountability of my actions. Like, I understand that I should have just checked in.
That's, hey, number one, right? I tell people, even as an agent, when I was an agent, you don't check in, you don't leave APMT or the board any other choice.
Right.
This is where you come back, right?
Yeah, I understand.
So even if you relapse, if you have employment and you lose your employment, if for some reason you have a residence and it's not stable, you get evicted or something happens with your parents or your boyfriend and you lose residence, contact APMP.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously, that's what they're there for, to support you with employment, with your residents. Let them know what's going on.
Okay.
Okay. When you don't report, when you don't talk to them, that's when you come back here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know? Okay. All right, Ms. Mitch, here's what'll happen going forward. I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week.
Okay, thank you.
It's 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. Excuse me. If you have friends and family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. We'll conclude this hearing. Thanks, Jared.
Thank you, sir.
Did you? Hearing for Ryan Foster Cook, offender number 199321. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Sky Lazaro, and Agent Dane Isbell from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Isbell, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. I know sometimes I forget Davis County puts you in handcuffs. Mr. Cook, I apologize for that.
It's okay.
Mr. Cook, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with your attorney on Monday?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So before we went on the record, Agent Isbell stated that there are not going to be charges filed related to this allegation. So with that, Sky, do you waive formal readings and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, I'll waive formal reading, enter no contest plea to allegation 1. I didn't reread the warrant, but just based on the agent's representation that he wasn't constructively possessing the gun, it was found in the home.
Right, okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Cook, Ms. Lazaro has indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest to this allegation today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept this plea, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you plead no contest to this allegation today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept your no contest plea. Recommend the board revoke your May 7th of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Sky.
Thank you. Sounds like Mr. Cook only became aware of the handgun the night before and didn't necessarily have access to it. That being said, he also understands that he can't be in a home that has firearms in it. So he's taking responsibility for that. My recommendations, 90 days, another parole, go to BCCC. He has a fiance and hopes to return to one of his prior jobs, and, you know, wants to be a contributing member of society.
Okay, thank you. Agent Isbell, what's your recommendation?
I think it is a bit of a misrepresentation to mention that Mr. Cook only discovered the presence of the firearm the night prior. By his own admission at the time of arrest, he knew the firearm was in the home. He knew he should not have had it, and he willfully decided to engage in assisting in hiding the firearm within the home. I think it's important that that be listed on the record. I do agree and concur with council's recommendation of 90 days in BCC. He did not have possession of the firearm, and AP&P did not consider filing charges against him because at the time that the firearm was recovered, it was well understood that he did not have it, and it was found in another resident's bedroom behind a locked door. So I do believe that 90 days and BCC would be appropriate at this time.
And if I got that wrong, I apologize. I'm working off notes from somebody
Sure.
else. So I'm certainly not trying to misrepresent things, and I'll let Mr. Cook maybe clarify that.
All right, okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Cook, we've heard from your attorney, and we've heard from AP&P. Even though everybody agrees that you didn't have access to this firearm, it was behind a locked door. This was not the second, or not the first incident that had similar situations, correct? Because you were given a REM sanction about 2 or 3 weeks prior to that for having an airsoft handgun in the home. Is that correct?
I did not know that the airsoft was a violation at all. I had no idea that was even in the home.
Okay. Let me be extremely clear to you, Mr. Cook. You are a convicted felon.
Yes.
Okay. While you are on parole, any type of firearm, including a replica, BB gun, airsoft gun, is not allowed.
Okay.
Okay. And that's in the residence, whether you have access to it or not. Because even though it was behind a locked door, if you were the only person in that house at that time, you are technically in possession of that firearm.
Okay.
Okay. The reason why this is so important is because if AP&P walks into that house and they find a firearm, bad things happen or can happen, right?
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're looking down the barrel of a gun and nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell me what happened on this parole.
So on the night before, the gun showed up, and I should have told my agent Isabel that it showed up there and let him know that, but I did not. I told my roommate to take care of it. I didn't want anything to do with the gun. I don't like them. And well, he locked it in his room. So I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances? Excuse me, controlled substances on this parole?
I have a medical marijuana card.
Okay. All right. How's your mental health?
It's good.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
Just when I was a child with ADD.
Okay. Do you take any medications for that?
No.
Okay. How's your physical health?
It's good.
Are you doing any programming in Davis County?
Not at the moment.
Okay. No disciplinary violations?
None.
What's your plans for release?
I'm hoping to be able to return to the residence that I was currently at, but I need to get a hold of my brother first. Other than that, if that's not a possibility, then I would like to go to Bonneville.
Okay, that's entirely up to APMP whether or not they approve that residence again. Okay. I hope that you understand that nobody's going to be allowed to possess a firearm while they're in that residence. Okay. When I say that, I want to make clear that other residents are not allowed or, not prohibited from owning or possessing firearms. You simply can't live there if they do.
Okay.
Okay. No firearms in the residence at all. It's one of those things that even when I was an agent, had many discussions and arguments with roommates that no firearms means no firearms. Okay, that's for not only APMP's safety, that's for yours as well, their safety as well. Okay. All right. Plans for employment, where Ms. Lazaro indicated you'd return to do you know what that is?
I was working at Plastic Ingenuity out in Tooele.
Okay. What do they do there?
I was working as an extrusion operator. I was making plastic parts for, there's like pasta salad, potato salad, and stuff like that. That's at Walmart in the big plastic containers. We make those and also stuff for Starbucks and stuff.
Okay. Do you plan on returning to treatment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, APMP made mention in their warrant request about, looks like you were communicating with females who have children and dating a female with minor children. Is that correct?
I have a lot of friends that do have minor children.
Okay. Make sure you get approved contact with them.
Okay.
Okay. Talk to your SOTP therapist at APMP. That way you don't violate parole and come back.
Okay.
Okay. Make sure you talk with your agent and attend treatment. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I don't think so. I don't think there's anything.
All right. I hope that I've made it clear about the firearm issue, right?
You have.
Okay, good. All right, Mr. Cook, here's what'll happen going forward. So I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dane. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Ricky Wayne Greathouse, offender number 32191. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Sky Lazaro, and Agent Charles Chappell from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Chappell this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. If you can't, that's fine.
No, I'm fine. It's just my shoulders.
Oh, that's fine. You can put it down. That's fine. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Greathouse, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Sir.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with your attorney on Monday?
I did, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sky, APMP has 2 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, I'll waive formal reading, enter an admission to allegation 1, no contest to allegation number 2. Sounds like he had a surgery on his foot or a couple surgeries on his foot. Informed him he wouldn't be there, but the reality is he wasn't there, so.
Okay. All right, Mr. Greathouse, Ms. Lazaro has indicated that you'd be willing to admit to allegation number 1
Yes, sir.
and plead no contest to allegation 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these pleas today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. You understand this?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept your pleas to the allegations. Recommend the board revoke your January 9th of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Sky.
Thank you. Recommendation is 90 days and another parole. Sounds like he's gonna try to get his own place eventually. Until then, halfway house and SOTP treatment, and then he plans on, I think, at least pursuing getting a forklift license.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Okay. Agent Chappell, what's your recommendation?
That sounds like a good recommendation. The concerns that we had during this parole were his stability, so the employment, and then also what the allegations were. So it sounds like he's got an idea of how to address those, which is good.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Greathouse. We've heard from your attorney. We've heard from APMP. Tell me what happened on this parole.
Sure.
Tell me what happened on this parole.
Well, sir, I left when I got out of the facility, I had osteomyelitis in my left foot.
Okay.
I went to my personal care physician out on the streets, took x-rays, but had bone deterioration in my left foot, had to have an amputation. I also fractured it, had to have 2 screws put in it. I was working 2 temporary services even before going up to the halfway house. When I got to the halfway house, I had 3 opportunities to go to work after my surgeries, and I spent a month and a half in cast.
Okay.
I went to work for House Code Uniforms.
Okay.
I worked a few days there, could not maintain the speed because I just had my cast taken off, and I immediately went to work within the next day as per the halfway house's request.
Okay.
I went to Voc Rehab, and Voc Rehab told me that they would help me pay for, Voc Rehab told me they would help me pay for a forklift operator's license. That's a 16-hour course for 4 weeks.
However, the halfway house does not allow you to go to school. Bonneville does not allow you to go to school.
Okay.
I also had the opportunity to go to work for Purcell Tires, but I needed to get operator's license, but I need to get my driver's.
Yeah, or
license
CDL.
To do that,
Right, you need a CDL for Purcell.
right.
Yeah, okay.
And for being out at the halfway house, it's kind of limited 4 hours a day. By the time I get somewhere, virtually I have to turn around and come back. So I barely have time to do anything.
Okay.
I also had Social Security approved, but I'm trying to avoid all that because I would rather earn my own way.
Okay. Tell me about this sexual stimulus material. Going on with that.
That was one of the officers, Sergeant Cottrell, told me that some of my pictures were, he was telling me that some of my pictures on my phone, I should check some of these people out. He explained my cell phone to me because it's like first one I'd ever had, never owned one. He explained the app or the setting lens on there. I was unaware when I used lens. When I used the lens, I was to look at the photos. It brings up other sites and stuff like that. I was unaware that they went to the browser and like I said, my phone, my fault. Apparently I did something wrong to get it in there, get this, can't even remember the name of the, can't even remember the name of the thing.
That's okay. I mean, now you know, right?
Fans or something like that.
Right. Now you know, right?
I am aware now.
Don't do that.
Yeah, if I'd have known at the time, I don't think I'd have used the lens.
I mean, obviously it's concerning to the board and APMP, right? Do you feel like you were in cycle?
No.
Yes or no? No? Okay. All right. Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
No, sir.
How's your mental health?
Not bad. Other than PTSD, I believe my therapist, Miss Hillman, that was the only thing she was ever really concerned about, PTSD.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
Just other than my blood pressure and my diabetes medications, I'm not.
All right.
I'm still, my doctors before I came in, my orthopedic surgeon said that I needed to have another surgery on my foot because going to work at the halfway house's request, I dislocated my left foot, my toes, part of my bone. I guess they're gonna have to go in and pull the screws out that were in there and reset the foot and put some more. And they told me I would be hospice, told me probably 90 days.
Okay. And you said you had an amputation. Was that just toes or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. And you mentioned diabetes. Do you take insulin?
I do not take insulin. I take metformin type 2, I believe.
Okay. And blood pressure pills?
I do.
What do you take?
I take, lisinopril, amlodipine, Loxcan, and there's one other that I'm currently not taking because here at the prison, I can't even catch up. I can't even keep up with all my meds.
That's okay. I noted that you stated you have heart failure. Is that why you take the blood pressure pills?
That's it. Chronic high blood pressure. I've got congenital heart problems.
Okay. Are you doing any programming right now?
I actually am doing, I have actually done a couple of programming off the tablet. I completed a basic plumbing course and.
The plumbing one is pretty popular. I guess it's one of the few
And I
available.
also did I did the electrical basics too. I'm working on HVAC. If I probably might have that certificate before I leave here.
Well, I hope you do.
I
Right.
think I've got like six units left to do on that, so.
Well, good. All right. Okay. No disciplinary violations?
No, sir.
Okay. So I made a note to myself because AP&P wrote this in their warrant request. Other than the internet use. It says you associated with her mother and her minor child with another offender.
That was actually a friend of mine's. Well, I would go. He's a friend of mine, and yeah, it was his wife and her son. He met them at oh God, Starbucks. I was next door at Elwood Staffing. I came out and they were present there, and the only reason I think I took a photo of them and sent it to her phone. And then I kind of excused myself because it was none of my business, their personal life, none of my business. However, Bonneville Halfway House told me that I should have gotten him out of the situation, and I suppose that's true, but I also informed them that he's.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with that you should have gotten him out of that situation because he's responsible for his own actions. You should have gotten yourself out of that situation.
I removed myself from the situation, but still having the photo on my phone was enough to, make the association, and I understand that, but I don't use other people's phones either.
Well, we call that a thinking error, right?
Yes, sir.
Is you think it's not a big deal, but somebody who's on parole, who's having unapproved contact with people is a big deal.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Right.
It's
Because I also noted that not only that is another thinking error is that you send some money to somebody you met online. Is that correct?
well, I've sent money to, somebody that I met online.
Okay.
They put it at a value of $200, and it was not that much.
Right. I see that value, and if it's not that much, here's my advice to you. In this day and age, people are not who they say they are online.
Yes, sir.
Right? You don't know who you're talking to. So if they need money, let them figure out a different way.
Thank you, sir.
You keep your money in your bank account in your pocket.
I do, in fact, have a savings account.
Okay.
That has, currently it's got $22,000 in it.
Well, there you go. Keep that in the bank account. Right.
Fortunately for me, I had a pickup that I sold for $10,000, so I was managing to somewhat stable.
Okay.
Until the issue with the foot.
Right.
I have since learned better that
I mean, that leads to identity fraud, bank fraud, and all of a sudden you go to check your balance in your account and it's $0. Right?
Sir.
Okay. All right, where do you plan on residing?
Well, sir, currently, as of this morning, there's a community trailer park in Roy that's adults only, 55 and older. I'm looking into that. I've also found a apartment building that's 2-bedroom apartment that's $650 a month. I'm checking on those too. My sister in Texas would still like me to move back home. And I put in one interstate compact that was, Texas approved me going down there. However, the residence was denied because I think my sister's property line is too close to 5 feet.
Okay.
5 feet too close to a church or something.
That's up to Texas. Right, they have their own rules, just like you.
They have,
If that is an option and that's where your support system is, the board obviously encourages an interstate compact.
Yes, sir.
Right.
I'm just still trying to put in for as
Okay.
soon as I can find a home that's worth within the boundaries
Right.
satisfied by Texas and.
Okay.
Outside of that, if I can't get anything right away up here, then I would probably request to go back to the halfway house, Vaudeville.
Okay.
If I could obtain my driver's license, I pretty much think I can get on with a friend of mine at Purcell. He's willing to help me out there.
I mean, Purcell's a good employer. Purcell's a good employer.
Yes, sir.
Right, they'll keep you busy.
I think, yes, sir. From what I hear, that the one on 2100 South down there in Salt Lake is
It's always busy.
Pretty busy.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Well, sir, and as far as cell phone use and stuff like that, I have since learned there are a couple of apps that I can put on my phone. Watchdog, I believe, being one of them, it will kind of, so I can avoid all that social media.
Right. It'll help filter things out.
Right.
Right. Okay.
And more than happy to put it on there. Wish I would have known about it before. It would have already been on there.
If you don't know how to put it on there, talk to your agent. They can help you.
I will, and Agent Chapel's been, me and him have spoken before while I was at the halfway house, been more than helpful. I will more than make a point to seek his, advice on an awful lot of
Good.
other things.
Okay, Mr. Greathouse, here's what'll happen going forward. Is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Charles.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Quaranta,
Yes, sir.
how you doing today?
Doing all right.
Good. Justin, do you know if there's going to be any charges filed?
I just barely looked and I didn't see any that had been.
Yeah, I didn't see any this morning either, so, okay. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Matthew James Quaranta, offender number 257776. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir, that is.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Sky Lazaro, and Agent Justin Shalin from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. For the record, Agent Shalin was sworn in at a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. Quaranta, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with counsel on Monday
Yes, I did.
or yesterday? I'm not sure which. Okay.
It was 2 days ago, yeah.
Okay. All right. So just an FYI, it's not associated with any allegations, but you do have a pending case. It's case number 241600354 for disorderly conduct. It's an infraction, so I'm not too worried about it. That's just an FYI. Once you're released, please make sure you contact, I think it's Washington County Justice Court,
Okay, yeah.
and schedule a date with them. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Sky, APMP has 4 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas? You're on mute.
Yes, I'll waive formal reading. I guess, Agent Schlin, let me ask you, if he enters no contest pleas to 1, admits 2 and 3, would you be willing to strike 4?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll do that. No contest to 1, admission to 2 and 3, and then a stipulated motion to strike 4.
All right. Okay, Mr. Quaranta, Ms. Lazaro has indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest to allegation 1, admit allegations 2 and 3, and then deny 4 with a stipulated dismissal. Is this correct?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence.
Okay.
State would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these pleas today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. You understand this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'll accept your no contest plea to allegation 1, your admissions to allegations 2 and 3, and note your denial to allegation 4. Recommend the board revoke your July 9th of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Sky.
Thank you. My recommendation is 120 days and another parole, have him go out to a halfway house, then transition out of there. We'll focus on his treatment rather than his relationships, and is committed to doing what APNP asks of him.
Okay, thank you. Agent Shalin, what's your recommendation?
Well, that's on already for an aggravated assault DV and unlawful detention with a class A. He just admitted no contest to the exact same behavior that he's on for. I have serious concerns with any relationship that he's in or finds himself in. Matt was very unstable when he was out in the community. He would tow a trailer that he'd converted into and had a bed in the back and would move from place to place. He actually, for a time, was next to our office in an industrial park over here. So it was difficult, shall we say, in order to find and supervise him at times. Matt did end up going to Price for the purpose of employment, if I'm not mistaken, right, Matt?
Yes, sir.
Wanted to work in the mines there. And a transfer was not yet initiated because we had not verified that, 1, that he had a residence, and 2, that he was employed at that employment. So the sheriff ended up getting a call to a hotel room, and Matt's girlfriend at the time alleged that he had stopped her from leaving the hotel room. I don't think they're in that relationship anymore. She returned to wherever she was. I think it was up north. And Matt was subsequently arrested and placed on a 72. At that point, a warrant was requested and granted by the Board of Pardons. I feel like Matt definitely needs the stabilization of a CCC. I think that would do him some good. But he definitely needs to get into that type of programming while he's there. He can't wait to hit the streets and do that just because of his instability. So we're going to recommend 180 days.
Okay.
And another parole.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Quaranta, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP.
Yep.
Now, even though charges have not been filed, I want to caution you that they still can be.
Okay.
So avoid speaking about what happened with this female that you knew, okay?
Can I?
Tell me what happened on this parole.
What was that?
Tell me what happened on this parole.
What happened was I completely took the time I was given on parole for granted. I struggled to stay at one job, stay at one place, because I wanted to go back to the old lifestyle that I was living, which was, you know, painting houses and getting contracts to work on people's homes and living in my vehicle, didn't have to pay rent, that sort of thing. So I was looking at it more of like a money saving opportunity. I will admit that I did jump into a relationship that I was not ready for. I mean, I didn't do any of the treatment I needed necessary, you know, to make sure that any relationship, no matter just, you know, with another woman or my family or my friends or whoever, you know, I didn't take the time to work on myself. And Sierra, my PO, she gave me every chance in the world, and you know, she tried to work with me, and she did. She was very lenient, but I was also very honest with her. I wasn't out using drugs and breaking laws, and I had an ankle monitor on me the whole time. I feel that now that I know where I can see the insight, or I look back and realize, you know, I didn't do anything you guys asked me to do, and I took that time for granted. It's all on me. It's all my fault. You know, and so in this opportunity to speak with you guys, I am requesting to, you know, to try to get back out into the community again, but this time stay at the halfway house. That's my personal goal, is to stay at the halfway house until I get all the treatment I need done, possibly employment while I'm there, and not just leave and try to get some sort of foundation built and some stability in my life, because I've been lacking that. So that's what I wanted to share with you guys today.
Okay, good. I mean, imagine that's not the first time I've had somebody tell me they left the halfway house too soon, and now they need that stabilization, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be there while you're there, but it's something you need.
Yes.
Right? There's a reason why these halfway houses exist, and that's to help you become stable in the community so that you're not living out your vehicle, that you're not traveling from place to place to place. You have stable employment, you get the treatment that you need, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing is you mentioned it, you didn't take time to work on yourself and you jumped into a relationship. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I even said it earlier today. Mr. Quaranta, this is the time for you to be selfish. Okay. Work on yourself, improve yourself, give yourself the tools that you need to be successful, not only in the community, but also in any relationship you have in the future.
I understand that.
Right? That's what you need. This is the time to work on yourself. I understand the need and the want for relationships, but sometimes they're not appropriate. If you don't know how to take care of yourself and be yourself, no relationship you have is ever going to be successful.
I understand that. I agree.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
Well, I did test positive for marijuana, just because I didn't get my card. I was in the process of getting my card and I didn't get it. So I did smoke marijuana. That's the only thing I did. I don't really even do drugs. The only thing I do is smoke marijuana. So I know that if I intend to use that as a, I don't know, a stabling factor, that I need to get a med card, you know, to use that properly. So I know that we're here in Utah. And I didn't know there was a no flame state until about like a year ago. So, I understand there's laws in here I got to follow, and I didn't have my card when I tested positive for it. So yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad you realize that, because that's all my piece of advice is, even if you have a card, use marijuana appropriately or THC. Okay. Because even if you do have a card and you're smoking it, that's still a crime.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. How's your mental health?
My mental health is, I'd say I'm even. I'm ready to do what I need to do, where I'm ready to take on the challenge of, like you said, being selfish. I see a vision for myself and where I need to be, where I need to go, the things I need to do in order to become the man that I see myself becoming, for my daughter, for my mom, for my brothers, for my family. I think I'm okay. I've been taking mental health medication here. I've taken it on my parole as well. So I've been taking the same meds for, I don't know, 5 years now. So I'm good mentally speaking. Everything's even in my mind. So
Okay, good. What have you been diagnosed with?
just bipolar, ADHD.
What medications do you take?
I take Seroquel, and that's it.
Okay, good. How's your physical health?
Physical health is, I'm in great shape. I exercise weekly, daily. I try to keep myself doing something active, whether it be sports or exercise. So
Good. Are you doing any programming right now?
well, initially I was doing programming. I was taking Warnock's classes about thinking in the brain, like trying to change thinking patterns and stuff like that. I only got to go to one class.
Okay.
And the reason why is because they pulled me and took me to county, and then realized that I had an M2 hold on me, so they had to bring me right back. And so I was talking with my case manager yesterday when he came in the section, Kent, and he said that I would have to just wait and sign up for the next quarter of programming to do that, because I was worried about not being CAP compliant. So he just told me that just sign up for the next set of classes that are coming up. But I had no control of that. They dropped me when they took me to county, and then brought me back 8 days later, and then they dropped my classes. So
Yeah,
I will be enrolling in
the
those.
board understands that if they move you to a county, that it's not your fault that you didn't, and so we don't consider that as non-compliance with your CAP.
Okay.
So, right, that's out of your control, right? All right, you want to go to a halfway house?
I do believe that going to a halfway house is giving me the structure I need and the stability I need if I just stay and do what I'm required to do to succeed, and my goal is to not even enter any relationship. I say this humbly, but I'm disgusted in myself that I can't. Every relationship in my entire life, like I'm talking about love relationships that I've been in, has failed, and I'm sick of it failing. I'm 32 years old. I'm looking at my future. I want more children. I'm thinking about bigger questions and bigger motives and deep inside than I've ever thought. And so I'm trying to change myself. And by doing that, I want to do the work I need to do to succeed. So yes, I think going to a halfway house and doing the programming immediately, as soon as I get out, start taking care of it, immediately start doing that instead of neglecting it and end up back in the same situation. I don't want that. So,
Good.
Good.
I mean, you said you were disgusted. It's unfortunate you feel that way, but you know what to do to change it, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I just appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and I'm just grateful to hear all of your guys' recommendations, and I'll try to do better when I get out there. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Quaranta, here's what'll happen going forward. I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail.
Okay.
If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks, Justin.
Thanks. See you guys.
See ya.
Did you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I should have responded. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for William Michael Rain, offender number 45505. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Sky Lazaro, and Agent Sean Lunt from AP&P on video. Can you see them both?
See who?
See Ms. Lazaro and Agent Lunt?
Agent who?
Lunt?
Oh,
Sean?
yeah, Lunt, okay. Yeah.
Okay. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Rain, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes. Oh, no, of this hearing? No.
Yeah, okay.
They
You
told
were
me
entitled.
yesterday.
They told you yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, you were entitled to at least 7 days written notice of any board hearing?
It's okay. I
So-
got no family, so
Okay, are you willing to waive that notice?
sure.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with your attorney on Monday?
I didn't speak to her about that, but
Not this attorney, it would have been Kate Conyers.
I don't know who that is.
Did an attorney come speak to you on Monday over video?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Sky, AP&P has 2 allegations. Do you waive formal reading and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, I'll waive formal reading, enter a denial to allegation number 1 for now. Doesn't sound like that case was filed. Admit or no contest to allegation number 2.
Agent Lunt, are there going to be charges filed in relation to allegation 1?
No, sir, there's not.
Okay. What would you like to do with allegation number 1 then?
On allegation number 1, it was just the safety of the center here with the cause, is that the causing of the fire, right? Or the-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's listed as arson.
Yeah, we decided that we weren't gonna press charges on that, due to the fact that nobody was hurt, but it was just in the close proximity of people. But nobody was seriously injured on that. So at that time, we decided not to press charges, formal charges on that.
Are you willing to dismiss that allegation then?
Yes, sir.
Talking to me? Oh,
All right, okay. All right, Mr. Rain, Ms. Lazaro has indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest to allegation number 2 today. Is this correct?
what's allegation 2?
That's by having failed to complete a combined mental health substance abuse evaluation and comply with all recommendations indicated in that evaluation.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Do you want a minute to speak with Ms. Lazaro?
What's that?
Do you want a minute to speak with Ms. Lazaro?
This lady?
Yeah, that's your attorney.
No?
You do?
I don't know. What was it again?
It's by having failed to complete a combined mental health substance abuse evaluation and comply with all recommendations.
Now, is that from this parole?
Yes, that's this parole.
Okay, because I've done it before, but in Pahrump.
Right, but that's just this parole.
That was it.
Okay.
Okay,
Are
so
you
yeah,
willing to plead no contest to that
no
allegation?
contest, yes.
Okay. Before I accept this no contest plea, I will need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you plead no contest to that allegation today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, that's okay.
Okay, I'll accept your no contest plea to allegation number 1. Note your dismissal to allegation number 2. Recommend the board revoke your June 25th, 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Sky. You're on mute still.
Carry my
Here.
dog. My recommendation is 90 days and another parole. Have him start at a halfway house or residential treatment program, and then, once he finds a acceptable address, move on. He does want to do some on-the-job training or workforce services. I think one of his priorities is to get out and start working.
Thank you. Agent Lund, what's your recommendation?
We just recommend that he definitely be seen and have the mental health evaluation before or he's released. He was reluctant to do that here because he didn't feel like he needed it. And some of the statements that he made were a little concerning on that. As far as getting out to work, he had 100 and let me find the days. Sorry, bear with me here.
You're okay.
I just saw that a second ago. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
He had almost 200 days to find work while he was here. And although he did, go out of the center, it wasn't like he just stuck around the center. He was unable to find any jobs or employment at that time. He did utilize workforce services. He did utilize DWS. He did utilize PATER, but unfortunately he was unable to find any employment. So that's a concern too. Our main thing is that we just feel like he needs to have a mental health evaluation before he's released back to any center, including ours, just to make sure that he's good to go and that he's safe around other residents in those halfway houses.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Rain, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APNP, and Agent Lunt expressed some concern about some of the statements, and I agree with them. I have some concerns about what they wrote down, you stated. And I did something that I actually rarely do, is I went back to the PSI on your original offense. And this is not a new statement that you have made about being able to meditate and then using that energy to create fire. Can you see the concern with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Can you also see the concern about even if you can create fire or lighting something on fire that's not supposed to be lit on fire in a place where you're at the halfway house and you catch the halfway house on fire, or yourself or another individual? Can you see the concerns about that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this
No,
parole?
it was coffee creamer.
What was coffee creamer?
what I lit up.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's flammable.
So you had some coffee creamer in your
No,
hand?
someone
and
else
that's what
got the
you-
coffee creamer. All right, I had the cigarette.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Did they give you the coffee creamer?
No, you're not supposed to have coffee creamer in there because it's flammable. Someone smuggled it in.
Okay. And then you had a cigarette and you touched the cigarette to the coffee creamer?
No, you wrap some in like saran wrap about a bean size, all right? And then you stick it to the side of the cigarette that's glowing hot.
Okay.
And when you mix that with air by flicking it,
Right.
it has that effect.
Okay, okay. That makes sense. Okay. Why did you tell them that you can just meditate and then create fire?
Because I had no idea what the other guys that he asked had told him I did or used.
Okay. Well, why weren't you just honest with them?
Well, he had talked to some other inmates there.
Okay.
So I had no idea what they said.
Well, yeah, but what difference does it make what they say? If you're like, yeah, I had coffee creamer and it was, put it on my
Well, I
cigarette.
didn't have the coffee creamer. It was theirs,
Okay.
coffee creamer. So
But it was
I
your
waited.
cigarette.
yeah, it was my cigarette.
Okay. All right. Okay. How's your mental health?
Should be fine.
Okay. You ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
No.
Do you take any medications?
Dicyclamine for my intestines.
What do you take that for your intestines?
I do not have a large intestine, so it slows
Okay.
down the movement.
Okay. So do you have a colostomy bag?
No, I was on that for 2 months, but I healed up.
Okay. All right. Why do you think that you don't need a mental health evaluation?
I'm not suicidal,
Well, it doesn't, I mean, that's
I
not what
sleep
it's
fine.
about.
but I sleep fine.
Okay, that's only part of it, because like I said, I went back and I read the PSI. And in some of it, I actually noted in your pre-sentence report that the longest section in the pre-sentence report was about your mental health. And granted, that was a while ago,
Yeah.
but some things caught my attention from back then. And it might not be the case anymore, was that, number one, you told the mental health people back then that you had a cockroach named Junus?
Oh, that was way back in Salt Lake
Way
County.
back. Oh,
Yeah,
I
that
know.
was that's 35 years ago.
So there was a lot of stuff. However, one of the things that I
I'm
did
losing
know-
his voice.
Me?
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, okay. One of the things that I did note from a long, long time ago was that you also stated at the PSI 35 years ago that you could meditate and create fire back then as well.
Okay.
Is
Did I
that-
tell him that?
Huh?
Is that what it says I told him?
Yeah, that's what he said. He told
Oh,
in-
okay.
in the PSI, and then you told the center staff that that's what you've been able to do again. So is that something you believe you can do?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to go back to a halfway house?
Oh, yes, and I'll take your mental health class too.
Okay.
I've got no problem with all that.
You're willing to do a mental health evaluation?
Sure.
Okay. Would you be willing to do a mental health evaluation prior to your release if the board ordered it?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
I don't think so.
Okay, Mr. Rain, here's what'll happen going forward. Is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail.
Okay.
Okay, if you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered, okay?
Okay, I have no family, so.
Okay. Oh, okay. But you'll definitely get a copy of the board's decision in writing, okay?
Okay,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Oh, one more question before we, I'm not sure you qualify, but if the board orders it and the Department of Corrections and APMP approves, would you be willing to participate in something called the Mental Health Support Services Program?
sure.
Okay. I don't know if you qualify.
But I don't even qualify for their sober living houses. I've been having a problem finding a place to stay. I've
Okay.
tried assisted nursing facilities. I can't go to any of their sober living because I don't have a drug record or a mental health record.
All right.
So I don't qualify to go there. Carly Hall through Pater is helping me get a job and they will get me a place.
Okay, perfect. Continue working with Pater.
Yeah,
They can help you out, okay?
yeah. That and voc
All right.
rehab.
And Voc Rehab,
Yes.
absolutely. Okay, all right. With that, we'll conclude this hearing, Mr. Rain. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks, Guy.
You
It was a
bet.
pleasure
Good to
seeing
see you.